ทางประเทศครับมีสคริปต์ของสคริปต์ของทางอธิการฮัลโหลครับไม่ทราบว่าตัวสคริปต์นี่เป็นมาอยู่ที่ช่องการสื่อสาร
อ๋อไม่มี
เราก็ติดอยู่ข้างล่าง20 นาทีไม่ขึ้นมาใช่โชคดีก็ดีใช่เปล่าพี่
for
ที่แท่นโอเคครับได้ขอบคุณครับสวัสดีครับ
the speaker speak can just speak
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The workshop will begin shortly. Please have a nice seat. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed speaker. A very warm welcome to Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand, for the ASEAN Regional Workshop in the topic of mitigation of microplastic pollution, implication for fishery and human health. My name is Patriya Jaipakdi.
My name is Jihan Herun Amala.
And my name is Kanyalat Lalitkan.
It is an honor for us to be part of today's significant event on behalf of the organizing committees. We extend our appreciation for your presence today.
So today we will focus on the critical issue of mitigation of microplastic pollution and implication for the fishery and human health, aiming to gain insight from the expert in variant perspective. We are exploring not only the policy initiative, but also the other approach in the mitigate microplastic pollution and its effect on the fishery and human health in the ASEAN region and international.
And the schedule for today is that the opening remarks will be at 1 p.m. And in next 40 minutes, we'll start section 1 on the topic of international and regional perspective of the migration of microplastic pollution issue in ASEAN. And in this section, we will explore the complex issue of the microplastic pollution from both international and regional viewpoints, focusing on its migration across the ASEAN region.
And at 2:45, we will start the session 2 with the topic of the policy and initiative by ASEAN countries to mitigate microplastic pollution, where our panelists will discuss about the innovative approach and policy aiming to address and mitigating microplastic pollution, as well as reducing its impact. And the last session will start at 3:25 for the topic of safety standard for microplastic in fishery and human health in ASEAN, where we will address the establishment and implementation of safety standard for microplastic concerning in fishery and human health within ASEAN region. And we will close this workshop with a closing remark by Dr. Arisman, Executive Director of Center of Southeast Asian Study at 4:50.
And our comprehensive program includes 3 sections featuring distinguished speakers and 2 readers who will share their expertise on various aspects of the issue with both online on-site participants, more than 300 delegates from ASEAN countries, including
representatives from government, academic, NGO, and international organizations. We also honored to have our distinguished guests, which include Professor Dr. Willard, who was acting president of Chulalongkorn University, Thailand.
Ms. Sumana Khajon-Wattanakul, Director of Marine and Coastal Resource Research and Development Institute, Department of Marine and Coastal Resource, Ministry of Natural Resource and Environment, Thailand. On behalf of Dr. Pinsak Surasawadi, Director General of the Department of Marine and Coastal Resource and Environment, Thailand.
Welcome Her Excellency Ms. Astrid Emily Helle, Ambassador of Norway to Thailand, on behalf of His Excellency Kjell Tormod Pettersen, Ambassador of Norway to ASEAN.
And there are Dr. Torren Larsen, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Norwegian Institute for the Water Research, and they will join us for the opening remarks today.
On behalf of our organizing committee, we hope that this workshop will help you to understand the issue of microplastic pollution and aware of this problem in our region. So, to officially opening our opening remarks, may I please invite Professor Dr. Willard Willard Puriwaj, acting president of Chulalongkorn University, on the stage. Please welcome him.
Okay. Her Excellency Astrid Emily Heller, Ambassador of Norway to Thailand. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and a warm welcome to you all. It is with great pleasure that we host this important Asian regional workshop on the mitigation of microplastic pollution and its implication for fisheries and human health. Today, we gather to address one of the most pressing environmental issues of our time, microplastic pollution. In Asia, the impact of microplastic pollution is profound, given our region's reliance on fisheries and marine resources. The challenge we face are multifaceted, encompassing environmental, economic, and health dimensions. It is imperative that we develop comprehensive policy and innovative solutions to mitigate the adverse effect of microplastic. Today's workshop, organized by the Center for Southeast Asian Studies and the Norwegian Institute of Water Research, in collaboration with the Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University, aim to facilitate a robust exchange of knowledge and experience. We are fortunate to have experts and stakeholders from across the Asian region and beyond, who bring valuable insight and perspective to this critical issue. By the end of this workshop, we hope to have increased awareness of the policy needed to tackle microplastic pollution, documented national initiative across ASEAN, and develop draft guidelines for safe standards in fisheries and human health. I extend my sincere gratitude to all participants for your commitment to this cause. Your presence here today is a testament to the importance of our collective efforts. I am confident that the discussion and collaboration that take place during this workshop will pave the way for effective solutions and strategy to combat microplastic pollution in our region. Let us work together, harnessing our shared knowledge and expertise to protect our environment and ensure the health and well-being of our communities. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Willard Puriwat, from the warm welcome remarks. I would like to invite Her Excellency Astrid Emily Helle, Ambassador of Norway to Thailand, on behalf of His Excellency Kjell Tormod Petersen, Ambassador of Norway to ASEAN, to deliver the opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Sawadika, good morning. And it's a great honor to be here. So my name is Astrid Helle, and I'm Ambassador of Norway to the Kingdom of Thailand. It's a great pleasure to be here today. Dear Professor Willett, Acting President of Chulalongkorn University, thank you for your kind words of welcome and for hosting us today. Dr. Pinsak, Director General of the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources. Delighted that you are here. Mr. Torbjørn Larsen, my countryman, Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Norwegian Institute of Water Research, and Dr. Arisman, Executive Director for the Center for Southeast Asian Studies. Very pleased. ASEAN member state representatives, honorable invited speakers, and distinguished participants in the audience and online. Allow me to start by expressing my appreciation and gratitude to the Center for our Southeast Asian Studies and to the Norwegian Institute for Water Research for convening this workshop under one of our flagship projects, ASEANO. It's a combination of ASEAN and Norway. It's not to say no to ASEAN, it's ASEAN Norway, a partnership cooperation between ASEAN and Norway. Promoting environmental sustainability is a cornerstone of Norway's foreign policy. As co-chair of the High Ambition Coalition to combat plastic pollution, Norway is dedicated to assist developing robust and effective global instruments to protect human health and the environment from plastic waste. The prevalent presence of microplastics poses severe risks not only to the wildlife, but also to human health. Research has shown that microplastics can be ingested by marine life and subsequently by humans who consume seafood. The potential health implications are alarming, with microplastics detected in human organs and tissues. This underlines the urgency of our cooperation in the region and of the workshop here today to develop and implement solutions that reduce plastic waste and mitigate its impacts. In tackling this issue, we must adopt a multifaceted approach with strong and coordinated policies at both national and international levels. We need innovative technologies and practices that promote recycling and waste reduction. Norway is honored to support initiatives like this workshop today, which not only contribute to solving the problem of microplastic pollution in Southeast Asia, but also to enhance the collective understanding of this global issue. We believe that by working together, we can develop sustainable solutions that will benefit our environment, our economies, and our health. In conclusion, as the fight against plastic pollution is a shared responsibility, it requires concerted efforts of governments, academia, like we have today, business, and individual. I'm confident that through our collaboration, we can achieve meaningful results. I look forward to productive discussions today and innovative ideas that will emerge from this workshop. I'm confident that your experience and your input will contribute to reach our common goals. Thank you very much and good luck with the workshop.
Thank you, Ambassador, for the opening remarks. Please kindly remain on stage, Ambassador. Yeah, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Willard Puriwat, Acting President Chulalongkorn University, to come up on stage for giving the souvenir and take photo together.
Yeah. And after this, please, I would like to invite both of you on the hallway to take a photo together with all the participants. Please go down or. Yeah.
And please, all participants stand up. Thank
Thank you so much for your time. Please, all the participants, please remain sitting, and then we will continue the opening remark again. To continue our opening remarks, I would like to invite Ms. Sumana Khajon Watanakul, Director of Marine and Coastal Resource Research Department Institute, Department of Marine and Coastal Resource, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand, on behalf of Dr. Pinsak Surasawadi, Director General of Department of Marine, Coastal Resource and Environment, Thailand. Please welcome her.
Thank you. Her Excellency Astrid Emilia Hjelt, Ambassador of Norway to Thailand, ASEAN Working Group and Coastal Marine and Environment Representative, Norwegian Institute for Water Research, Center of Southeast Asia Study, Chulalongkorn University, University in ASEAN country, distinguished delegates and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Chair of ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment and the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, Thailand, I extend sounding to welcome all of you to ASEAN workshop to ASEAN Regional Workshop on Mitigation of Microplastic Pollution and Implication for Fishery and Human Health. As we gather today, our shared commitment to safeguarding our oceans and marine ecosystem grows ever more critical. First of all, I would like to express profound gratitude to the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for its unwavering support throughout this project, spanning both the first and second phase. Equally essential has been the collaboration with the Center for Southeast Asian Institute, the Norwegian Institute of Water Research, and the Department of Environmental Science, Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University. Their generous contribution have made this magnificent workshop possible. Esteemed colleagues, during our convening of the ASEAN Regional Workshop on Mitigation of Microplastic Pollution, we confront crucial imperatives. Microplastics have infiltrated our oceans, posing severe threats to marine ecosystem and human health. They disrupt food chain and alter habitats, impacting biodiversity. Additionally, when fish ingest microplastic, it affects their health, growth, and overall productivity. The toxic exports spread throughout the entire ecosystem. Urgently addressing microplastic is crucial for maintaining ecosystem health. As we recognize the threat posed by microplastic to marine ecosystem and human health, disrupting food chain and alter habitats, it's become evident that the ASEAN Regional Action Plan, or RAP, play a pivotal role. The ASEAN RAP, although broader in scope, inherently address microplastic pollution, guided by the ASEAN RAP's roadmap for combating marine debris and raising awareness. The ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment lead this battle. By embracing its principle, we amplify our impact, safeguarding both ecosystem and communities. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this workshop will increase awareness of policies to mitigate microplastic pollution in ASEAN, build concrete initiatives to address the microplastic issue, and subsequently come up with the draft of recommendations of safe standards guidelines for microplastic in fishery and in relation to human health in ASEAN. Thank you all for you being part of this critical dialogue. Let's work together to address the challenge posed by microplastic pollution and safeguard our ocean for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sumana Khajon Watanakul. And next, please welcome Dr. Torun Larsen, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Norwegian Institute for the Water Research. May I kindly invite you to the stage to deliver to opening remarks.
Thank you very much, dear Ambassador, dear University President, for your opening remarks, and also Director Sumana for your opening remarks. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here, helping to highlight the important topics of this workshop, namely the importance of microplastics in the ASEAN region. I see that it's a great interest for the workshop. A lot of people are coming from not as far away as me, maybe, but quite far away still, showing the need for such a workshop, showing the need for more cooperation on the microplastics issue in the ASEAN region. It's a great honor for me to be here. I've been involved in and following the development of this project that also the ambassador mentioned, ASEANO, which is a ASEAN-Norway cooperation on plastics pollution. We started to develop this in 2017, 18, and officially we kicked off the project in 2019, and it has been going on since then. We are now in phase 2. This workshop is a part of that project collaboration, and it's quite impressive what has happened in the project among the project participants, but also in the world in the region on the understanding of what is actually the situation regarding plastics and microplastics pollution and how we should tackle it, how we should approach the problem. As the ambassador also mentioned, the ASEANO project is a flagship project for Norway ASEAN contribution. And I think it has been very successful, and we even have independent reviews saying that it has been very successful. I was involved when we started the collaboration. A lot of my colleagues at the Norwegian Institute for Water Research has been involved since, and of course in great collaboration with the Center for Southeast Asian Studies and many other partners in the region. The background for this is a Norwegian fund, quite large money for supporting countries in the world to tackle plastics pollution. Norway has been we're very committed to the marine environment, the health of the oceans, and this plastic pollution prevention fund has been one important and still is an important mechanism for contributing to that. As I mentioned, it has been a quite large development in the understanding of the plastic pollution problem and in the science since we started this. It's not that many years ago, although a few. At that time, a big focus was on cleanup projects. So beach cleanings, it was suggestions to use trawlers to trawl the ocean for plastic. That would have been a quite catastrophic measure because that's not how the world works. So from that cleanup focus, beach cleaning is still important as a local measure, and even more important to get people involved and understand how they themselves can contribute to the problem. But the problem needs to be solved by focusing on the sources. And this is one area where the ASEANO project has contributed quite a lot to put focus on the attention of the watershed, on the catchment, the activities happening on land. Most people live on land, not on the sea, most of their life. Most activities that contribute to also the marine plastic pollution is happening on land. So that's where the sources are. That's where we need to focus to solve the problems. In order to do that, as scientists, we believe in data and knowledge, and that is exactly what we need in order to know what measures and solutions to prioritize. So we need to collect data. In order to collect data, we need monitoring, and in order to do monitoring, we need harmonized methods. That has been one of the focus areas in the ASEANO projects. And I think, again, we have been focusing on harmonizing methods, finding suitable methods for monitoring that is suitable for the local situation in the ASEAN region. Another main focus has been on people and society, people's behavior, the stakeholders' needs, the stakeholder involvement, the involvement of all players that are contributing both to the plastic problem and then hence also potential contributors to solving the problem. So that has been another big focus. So the ASEANO project has contributed to understanding the importance of the watershed or the catchments and the activities on land, how human activities on land contributes through the stakeholders. We have done quite a lot on monitoring methods, as I mentioned, to collect data as basis for finding the best solutions. We have created simulation models where we use the data to simulate how different solution measures can work, will work. That is a tool, modeling tool that can be used to identify solutions. Another unique feature with this project is that it has been a combination of natural science and social science research and academic background in the people involved in the project, the workshops, the stakeholder involvement, and so on. And this has been a major strength, because if you're only focusing on the natural science and the methods, you don't get people on board. If you only focus on the human involvement and the social aspects, you don't really know what to do. So we need that integrated involvement. So in an integrated fashion, we have then created knowledge base important for finding solutions. And I would also like to mention the importance of the regional cooperation that has been facilitated, that has been very important and quite successful. One approach we have been using, in addition to the regional take on the ASEAN region, is to have local case studies. So we started with performing local case studies in Indonesia, Philippines. We continued with local case studies in Vietnam. We are about to start up more case studies in Vietnam. Also collaborating now with Cambodia, and with this event also getting a great involvement from Thailand, which has a lot of experience on the topic already. So that is also a very important contribution to the regional collaboration that I think is extremely valuable. So the experience from the local practical examples has been a very important knowledge base also to increase the knowledge base at the regional level. Some of you probably remember that during the period, the last several years, it has been a very dramatic pandemic. All of you remember this, of course, and how it impacted our lives and the ways we are working. And the ASEAN project hadn't been going on for very long before the pandemic came. We had to change the ways of operating completely. Most other collaboration projects of this type, they actually more or less stopped, were put on pause and delayed for several years. But we managed to deal with what is now a daily working tools for all of us, with online seminars and video conferences and so on. Not only for meetings, but also for instance, training in laboratories. We established new ways to collaborate. That actually had some positive impact, because traditionally a training session in a laboratory, for instance, we would reach maybe 20 people would be the capacity in a normal laboratory training physical. With our changed operation, we could have up to 1,000 participants in such a training online, which was a different type of training, but it actually increased our impact quite substantially. So we have continued with this way of working. We are trying this meeting today or workshop today to be a hybrid. We have how many? 60, 70, 80 people here in the auditorium, in addition to I hope a couple of hundreds online, which is great. The project that also contributed, in addition to all this training and workshops, with a wide range of reports, both on natural and social science, and several scientific papers that has been important contributions to the international literature. And I would also like to mention how the collaboration that has now been established is contributing to the knowledge base, feeding into the work on developing the International Convention against plastic pollution, both in terms of data, knowledge, and basis for cooperation with people knowing each other. So I think this success is thanks to very many organizations and very many individuals that has been contributing a lot. I would like to highlight the support we have from the ASEAN Secretariat that has been instrumental for managing this. I will also mention the member state, the ASEAN member states, and especially the working group on coastal and marine environment. That has been a very important connection point to the governments of all the member states. The Center for Southeast Asian Studies instrumental for more or less everything we do. Several collaborators in the Philippines, PEMSI, Cavite University, and the LaSalle University has been very important. LIPI and IPB in Indonesia, Danang University. With this event, the Chulalongkorn University. So thanks a lot for your contribution here. Finally, the Norwegian government for providing the funding and support that it has. And also I would like to thank finally the organizers, the organizing committee of the event, and also the chair ladies for their great work for the conference. So with that, I wish you a very good workshop. Hope it will be very useful. I'm sure it will be. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you, Dr. Torian Larsen, for your inspiring work. Your insights have set a remarkable tone for our workshop. And now we will begin with section 1 on a topic of international and regional perspective of the migration of a microplastic pollution issue in ASEAN. And we are honored to have a keynote speech by Ms. Verde Krosa Snekevik from a Norwegian Institute for Water Research, and she participated online. Mr. Mostak Mehron, Regional Coordinator for Chemicals and Pollution Action, United Nations Environment Program. Mr. Isra Chandrachakit from a Southeast Asia Fisheries Development Center. Mr. Mark Metian, Research Scientist, Marine Environment Laboratory, International Atomic Energy Agency, and Associate Professor Dr. Nuta Supakata from Environmental Science Department, Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University, and she will be the moderator for this session. And they will also discuss variable perspective on the international and regional aspect of microplastic pollution migration issue in ASEAN. And please welcome on the stage.
Okay. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีทุกท่านนะคะ and good afternoon for Her Excellence Ambassador from Norway and distinguished guests and participants. And I would like to first welcome to our session, which will be about the international and regional perspective of the mitigation of the microplastic pollution issue in ASEAN. And also, we are lucky to have distinguished speakers, 4, but 2 will be with us on site and 2 will be with us online. Okay, for the first keynote speaker, she will tell us or share us about the perspective of the European on the mitigation of the microplastic issue by Ms. Will Cluster Snekevik from Norwegian Institute for Water Research on NIWA. And for our second topics will be focused on the
strategic thinking of the private sector engagement in across the value chains of the plastic by Dr. Mastak Ahmed Memon from the UNEP. And the third of our keynote speakers is Mr. Isara Chan Rachakit. So he will share us about the initiative of the CFTAC to support the mitigation in ASEAN, especially ASEAN countries. And last but not least, Mr. Mark Madden from International Atomic Energy Agency. He will share us about the initiative from Atomic Energy Agency for address the global challenge of the plastic pollutions. And then for the end of this our session, we will have 25 minutes for the questions to ask for the questions to our speakers. And I would like to ask Ms. Will Kostasnik, are you ready?
Hello, can you hear?
Okay, we can hear you. If you are ready, and how about you? In this online, are you ready? Okay, yes. We can start. So I would like you all to please welcome Ms. Will Kostasnik. Okay, you can start.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. As already mentioned, my name is Vilde Klosse-Snekkevik. I work as a researcher at the Norwegian Institute for Water Research on plastic pollution. And I have been given the honor today to give you a brief presentation today on some of the mitigation efforts that have been put in place in Europe to handle microplastic issues. Next slide, please. Microplastics are, as we probably all know, small plastic particles, typically less than 5 millimeters in size. They're persistent, highly mobile, and difficult to remove from nature. Increasing amounts of microplastics are being found in the environment, including sea, soil, food, and drinking water. And once being released into the environment, microplastics don't biodegrade and might accumulate. And there are growing concerns about the presence in various environmental compartments, impact on biodiversity and the environment, and the potential effects on human health. Next slide, please. Microplastics can be classified as either primary or secondary. Primary microplastics are intentionally produced small particles used in products like cosmetics, toothpaste, and facial cleansers, or as industrial pellets. Secondary microplastics results from the breakdown of larger plastic items, such as bottles, fishing gear, and textiles. And you can see here on the photo on the left side, which is taken of some of my former colleagues, David Eidsvoll and Inger-Lise Bråten, from a project where they detected microplastics in toothpaste. Next slide, please. The European Commission has estimated that between 200 and 600 Olympic-sized swimming pools of microplastics are unintentionally released into the environment every year. To address the growing problem of microplastics, the European Commission, the EU's politically independent executive arm responsible for proposing new European legislation and implementing decisions of the European Parliament and the Council of EU, has initiated measures targeting the primary sources of microplastic releases. Their goal is to reduce microplastic by 30% by 2030, and to achieve this objective, the Commission plans to reduce plastic pollution as they degrade into microplastics, restrict the use of intentionally added microplastics to products, and reduce unintentionally microplastics releases. Today, there's no current EU law in place applying to microplastics in a comprehensive manner, but there are several specific laws with partial objectives. And I'll talk you through some of them now. Next slide, please. The Marine Strategy Framework Directive is the EU's main tool to predict the health of coasts, seas, and ocean. Its goal is to achieve a good environmental status of the EU's marine waters and to protect a resource based upon which marine-related economic and social activities are dependent. The newly released guidance on monitoring marine litter in European seas introduces harmonized methods for monitoring marine litter, drawing on recent research and efforts by member states to enhance data and assessment comparability. And establishing common approaches to monitoring marine litter is crucial to understand the impact on marine and coastal environments and to determine priority actions. The Joint Research Centre, JRC, is the co-chair of the Technical Group on Marine Litter, and they published just a new edition of the guidance on monitoring marine litter in the European seas, which was, first one was issued in 2013, and the last one came out very recently. The publication provides detailed recommendations on sampling, analyzing, and recording marine litter to ensure data comparability and usability across countries. It offers guidance on monitoring litter objects and particles of various sizes on coastline, seafloor, and surface, and also within marine organisms. Additionally, it includes advices on assessing organisms entangled in marine litter, such as abandoned fishing gear. Now, the collected data helps assess progress towards the targets of MSFD, the EU Plastic Strategy, and the Zero Pollution Action Plan. And the enhanced data access through EMITnet is crucial. And other EU legislation, such as regulations against single-use plastics, measures to reduce litter from fisheries, initiatives to collect waste from ships, and actions against microplastics pollution can be demonstrated their effectiveness through the reduced litter pollution in the environment by the monitoring. Next slide, please. The updated monitoring guidance also represents an EU contribution to the ongoing UN negotiations for the global legally binding instrument against plastic pollution, potentially including provisions for monitoring plastic pollution across various environmental compartments, including coasts and seas. Next slide, please. Furthermore, in 2023, the European Commission took another major step to protect the environment by adopting measures that restrict microplastics intentionally added to products under the EU chemical legislation REACH. The new rules prevent the release of, or is aiming to prevent the release of, to the environment of about 500,000 tons of microplastics. They will prohibit the sale of microplastics as such, and of course, to which microplastics have been added on purpose, and that release those microplastics when used. Next slide, please. The adopted restrictions use a broad definition of microplastics, covering all synthetic polymer particles under 5 millimeters that are organic, insoluble, and resistant to degradation. The goal is to reduce emission from as many products as possible, and common products that is affected by the restriction would include granular infant material used on artificial sports surfaces, cosmetics, where microplastics serve various purposes such as exfoliation or enhancing texture, fragrance, and color, and detergents, fabric softeners, glitter, fertilizer, plant protection products, toys, medicines, and medical devices. Next slide, please. Microplastics formed unintentionally from the breakdown of larger plastics fall outside the scope of the new initiative REACH, but these are addressed also by the EU Plastic Strategy, which was adopted in January 2018 as part of the EU's Circular Economy Plan. This strategy aims to transform the design, production, use, and recycling of plastic products in the EU. Also under the strategy falls the rules on single-use plastics, which aims to reduce marine litter from single-use plastic products and fishing gear, and to promote the transition to a circular economy with innovative and sustainable business models, products, and materials. Next slide, please. To address the plastic problem, research is crucial, and several significant EU projects are making valuable contributions with their research insights to inform the directives. These projects focus on developing new methods, advancing analytical techniques, and harmonizing approaches to tackle plastic effectively. Some of these many ongoing projects are, for example, Plastic Trace, which aims to address the urgent need for development and harmonization of methods for the chemical identification, physical characterization, and quantification of released small micro and nanoplastics in drinking water, food, and environmental matrices, as required by the EU Circular Economy Plan, PAPION, which stands for Plastic in Agriculture Production, Impacts, Life Cycles, and Long-Term Sustainability, which is a project supported by the European Commission, studying the sources, behavior, and ecological effects of micro and nanoplastics in agriculture soils, resulting from the use of agricultural plastics. The CAS network, which consists of 5 multidisciplinary research consortia, looking at understanding exposure routes, hazard and risk assessment, and development of new analytical tools, data sharing into laboratory comparisons, etc. And finally, I'm seeing that I'm running out of time here, but the LabPlas, which focuses on understanding the sources, transport, distribution, and impacts of plastic pollution in all environments, environmental compartments, freshwater, marine, terrestrial, atmosphere, and aquatic biota, providing scientific evidence supporting decision-making and regulatory efforts and inform consumers within the current legislative initiatives prompted by the EU Plastic Strategy and Plastics Directive. Next slide, please. My list could keep going. I'm sorry, I lost my voice, but I think my time is up. So please don't hesitate to get in touch or send me an email or a direct message on the chat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Will Crosters. Next week, she shared us that right now European try to aim to reduce the plastic up to 30% in 2030, and also they have many projects in order to recycle the plastic. Okay, next we are gonna move to UNEP organization, for the international organization by Dr. Mastak Memon, that will share their strategy of for the private sector to engage across the value chains of the plastics. Okay, please welcome Dr. Mastak.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. So just before I start my presentation, just to see how many people are awake, do you know what is the decision when Thailand was ASEAN chair? Or when was the Thailand ASEAN chair? Which year? In 2019. Yeah. So what was the decision that is very much relevant with today's topic? What is called Bangkok Declaration? To combat marine debris. And what was the ASEAN framework approved? Yeah, action on the marine debris. So this is very important that we start with that as we are in Bangkok. And also, as you heard from Her Excellency also, and from also the previous presenter on the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee for Plastics Pollution Treaty, which was under the United Nations Environment Assembly Resolution 514. And we had in March regional consultations for Asia Pacific, which were very, very useful on 5 and 6 March here. But now that was only regional, and we had 200 delegates. But now we are going to have an intersessional There are two intersessionals agreed in the INC 4 in Ottawa. And those two one intersessional is a polymers of concern and the indicator for recyclability and so on. And other is on the financing the treaty implementation. So this intersessional will be organized in Bangkok again at UN Conference Center from 24 August to 28, and we are expecting 2,000 delegates globally. So this is where you are in Bangkok. So that's very important place you are. And I would say that let's start that. So I have some changes. Private sector, I will touch a little bit, but I was more looking at the regional efforts because ASEAN is a regional body. So I'm looking at the regional efforts on the mitigating the plastic pollution or microplastics. Next slide, please. So the scenario is scary with the plastics, as we all know, no? Like you walk outside, you see the vendors, food, everything, packaging, you walk to the agriculture fields, you walk to the fisheries, you walk anywhere, electronics, computers, everything, electric vehicles, plastics. Yeah, it's a plastic world we live in now. So how much plastics we produce and how much plastics remain in use, how many plastics are leaked in the environment causing plastic pollution is scary, really, and the way we are doing that. So that's why we are here to address that, how we can manage, and that's why the International Negotiating Committee, Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee is also doing all their work and so on. So next slide. So when we talk about leakages, this is from the EU. You had a presentation before. So this was 2014 situation, and now it's much improved, but we are not yet there where Europe was in 2014. That's why I brought 2014, not to get to the 2024, which is much, much better scenario, but even we are not there. And you can see how much types of the plastics, because when we say plastics, everybody thinks is one thing like homogeneous material or polymer plastic, no? Plastics are thousands of types for, I would say, thousands of uses. And uses means the value chain, starting from the production of those types of plastics to the consumption and end of life, and also while use, suppose textiles, microplastics from also the makeup and all these things get into the films, into the waterways and runoffs from agriculture and so on. So you can look at this scenario and you can see, or even we near there where 2014 EU was, and after that EU directives have so many like after that. So how much road we need to cover? This is very, very important. Next slide. So basically, when we talk about this journey of addressing plastic pollution, it's important to look at the full life cycle. We would go life cycle assessment, because end of life is, you already saw my second slide, is scary. So we need to address the reducing the plastic production, converting the types of polymers which can have a longer uses, not a single-use plastics, and which also do not have additives, toxics, and so on, so easy to recycle and bring the circular economy. So this is very important to look at the life cycle approach and address upstream, and also in addition to that, yes, downstream, but downstream you can invest. Otherwise, if your investments will be locked. If you invest in the current type of plastics, and it's not going to work, even the chemical recycling and mechanical recycling and so on. So unless we address upstream to reduce plastics, to change the type of the polymers and the products and so on. Next slide. So again, this is New York City. You know? So on the left side, we talk about recyclability or recyclable. You have so many marks, no? 1, 2, 3, you can see this is recyclable, but in reality, whether these really get recycled, no. Even in New York, like one of the most developed cities, you can see how much plastics are refused and hardly how much is recycled. So that's why upstream is very, very important. Next slide. So Mekong River Commission, how many of you know Mekong River Commission? No, Thailand is part of that. It's a Mekong country. So Mekong River Commission, they have their assessments looking at the microplastics and microplastics in the Mekong River, which starts from China and gets to the Myanmar, Laos, PDR, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam before getting to the sea. So we work with the Mekong River Commission, UNEP, and we try to come up with the new protocols because they already cover the BOD, COD, heavy metals, and so on. So next slide. So in this, we talk about that how we can look at the circular economy-based approach for the countries here. So it's again upstream, but the assessments, the baselines come from downstream studies and so on, and those protocols. Next. So it is encouraged to move from linear to the circular. That means single use is the worst linear economy. And then moving to the circular, there are different ways. As I mentioned, there's a longer term like shelf life of the products. There are alternatives. There are different behaviors also we use and so on. Next. So major components for circular economy is a circular like supply chains, circular product as service, as you see that those big water bottles, which you get for your water cooler and you give back and they refilled and so on. So it's called the shared economy and so on. So you have to think different ways, and the cups, like instead of single-use coffee cups, you get the cup and return deposit and so on. So this is way we can improve. Next. So now coming to the regional efforts, next, please. Looking at this, how we increase the capacity for assessments, monitoring is one of the ways to start the situation. Next one. So here we look at the Mekong River Commission methodology development to do the assessments and the baseline for the plastics, microplastics and macroplastic in the Mekong River. That is one of the aim we did I think 5-6 years with the Asian Institute of Technology, GIC, to develop that or help MRC to develop the methodology. Next one. So under this, there are 3 protocols. One is to look at the macroplastics. One is to look on the microplastics. One is to look on the microplastics in fish, the impacts, and which are already now agreed additional protocols for the Mekong River Commission. Next. So now coming to the private sector engagement is very, very important because plastics also start with a P and private sector with a P, no? So it's not only that way, but because private sector produces, private sector consumes a lot, like even big beverages companies and so on, food companies. So basically without private sector engagement, we can't get there. And I have listed down, but because of time, I'm not going to read all those strategic points, which we need to really see, whether be the multinational private sector, big companies, or whether be the small SMEs, or even small vendors at the roadside selling food. That's also private sector. So how you engage with the different levels is very important. Next one. So basically, this strategic engagement with private sector is the key for addressing plastic pollution. Next. So at the end of the day, unless governments come together with their own roles and responsibilities as a regulatory role, as an institutional setup, tariffs, subsidies, the private sector comes in place, coming with the alternatives or different types of the polymers and different ways of the consumption and so on. And also the consumers, their behaviors, willingness to pay for polluter pay principle and so on, it cannot solve. So it's important to come together, all the 3 stakeholders. Next one. So basically, this is last slide that how we identify the priorities for regional cooperation like ASEAN. It's very important to look at the national and subnational level within the 10 ASEAN countries, and then learn from Europe, from Japan, Korea, others to do leapfrogging. And this is where we are pushing a lot of knowledge sharing and South-South cooperation, North-South cooperation, and so on. And then also helping the countries to come with roadmaps, with the strategic engagements and implementation of that. Next one. So at that note, I would like to thank you again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Memon have said that plastic is in our daily life, and the one key point that we can is to reducing using plastic, especially microplastic, is the cost of microplastic. And so also we have to paradigm shift from the linear economics to circular economy by try to reduce, reuse, and recycle. Now, and also the private sector is a key point as well to address this mitigation. Now we can move to SafeDeck for this organization initiative to support the mitigation of the microplastic pollution issue in Southeast Asian countries. So now please welcome Mr. Isara Chanrachakit from SafeDeck.
Thank you. Thank you. ขอบคุณครับอาจารย์ Good afternoon, Her Excellency, Deputy Director of the Norwegian Institute of Water Research, and Madam Director for Research Institute, Professor, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to introduce SafeDeck initiative to reduce or mitigate we call ARDFG, abandon, loss, and discard fishing gear as one of the source of microplastic and marine debris. And my name is Isra. My background is the fishing gear technologist and fishing instructor. Next, please. My presentation related with our introduction of our organization briefly and author resolution of ASEAN on marine debris, including with SafeDeck activity. We easily speak SafeDeck activity since 2015 until the future 2028, because I am planning division head, so we can draw the plan for the next 5-year program and expected the technical and support to our SafeDeck member country or ASEAN member state. Next, please. Just briefly for SafeDeck. SafeDeck is the intergovernmental organization. We have 11 member country, 10 ASEAN member state plus Japan, and we have 5 technical departments spread over ASEAN, including training department in Thailand, processing department in Singapore, aquaculture in Philippines, marine fishery resort in Malaysia, and inland fishery resort in Indonesia. Next, please. Our vision is to sustain a sustainable management and development of fishery and aquaculture to contribute food security and poverty alleviation for the people in Southeast Asian region. We focus on fishery and aquaculture. With that, we have mission to promote and facilitate sustainable fishery and fishery developments, as well as the aquatic resort management in Southeast Asia. Our mission, our tasks related with the marine debris and the lost gear is related with the research and development of the fishery, and mostly work with the technology transfer, capacity building to our officer in ASEAN member state, and partly is touched on the monitoring and evaluation of our project. Next, please. Just briefly on the issue of marine debris. I think everyone knows very well that marine debris is one of the global concerns because marine pollution is the toxic for the human health and environment. Plastic debris can fragment into small pieces. That's why we come here today. Maybe you're not familiar with the fishery. When we talk about the abandoned, lost, discard, and otherwise fishing gear or ARDFG, maybe someone heard the name of the ghost gear. It's considered major marine plastic from the fishing activity in marine capture. But in aquaculture, they may different. Other plastic bag is one of the major marine plastic from aquaculture. And this type of the debris can make impact to the ecosystem. Our expert from the MCR know well when the big net spread over the coral reef because it's lost in the southern part of Thailand, maybe last year or last 2 years. This is including with we can link with the IUU fishing. My personal experience to talk with the fishermen when they try to escape from the encroaching. They are encroaching in some country and they escape. They cut the net and run the boat away. That's why it lost into the sea. That is, we can see it happens. Next, please. CSEAS mostly we work with the fishery, so we consider the international frameworks, international instrument. Mostly the top one related with the UNCLOS 1982. And from UNCLOS, we work with FAO. It is about the international guideline to reduce, to promote marking of fishing gear. In this regard, we also consider United Nations General Assembly in some regulation, in some resolution that can support promotion of marking of fishing gear, reduction of ARDFG, some instrument, some article in UN, United Nations Fish Stock Agreement. For the UNEP. UNEP is very important UN organization to provide technical support all over the world, and in this region we collaborate with the COP-C to learn each other to reduce microplastic and ARDFG. And recently, one of the important organization under UN is IMO, International Maritime Organization, that they issue MAPO Annex 5 that link with the garbage into the sea, marine debris generated by marine transportation, including with fishing activity. And this thing, the fisherman or fishery official not well understand on the regulation and details under IMO. So CSEAS more study on the MAPO regulation. Next, please. Refer to the regional resolution on marine debris in the region levels. I no need to talk about the Bangkok Declaration on combating marine debris in 2019 that Dr. Memon, our colleagues already informed you. That is the top instrument that we consider. And CSEAS, we are working with fishery so that we learn from environment, but we consider the strategic plan of action for ASEAN cooperation on fishery is one of the reference that we follow. They recommend us to recommend CSEAS to provide capacity building program, sharing information and best practices. And the last one, we have CSEAS and ASEAN member state has a resolution and plan of action for sustainable fishery, for food security for ASEAN region. That some part linked to ARDFG. Sorry, next please. Come to CSEAS activities since 2015, we starting from research work. make trawling by fishing vessels and training program to investigate microplastic and ALDFG. Start from 2015, continue to 2022, mostly is the research and training program. Next, please. And from 2023, we make more platform to discussing among our experts in Southeast Asia. And we continue until 2027. To provide technical forum for ALDFG and marine debris in this region to discussing, as well as try to develop, revise the action plan to develop to reduction of ALDFG. Next, please. Next, please. Sorry. For the potential future action of CFDEC, we will work related with the support and management, research and development, monitoring and reporting, awareness building, and develop network in Southeast Asia. And come to the last slide. The last slide is linked with the CFDEC project until 2028. Two projects will end this year related with ALDFG and marine debris. Some activity linked with Chulalongkorn University, we collaborate. The next three projects from ASEAN, Japan ASEAN Integrated Fund, work about the ALDFG and marine debris. FAO project in Andaman Sea, Bay of Bengal, and the last one, USAID project until 2027. Sorry. That's all, I think, my presentation, and we would like to share after the meeting as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Isarat Chan Rachakit from CFDEC. So, from the participants, do you know CFDEC stand for? Who knows? What CFDEC stand for? Please give hands to, thank you very much. CFDEC stands for Southeast Asian Fishery Development Center of Thailand. And as we know that Mr. Isla said that what this organization have to do for to mitigate the plastic, especially plastic debris, and also the ALDFG. So another jargon's word. What this confirm? Okay, I will tell you guys. It stands for abandoned, lost, or otherwise discard fishing gear. So it's not especially these come from the fishery activities, right? It's different one from the microplastic form. Okay.
What is the ghost fishing gear?
What is it? Yeah, we have because there are many technical terms, so we need some specialists to clarify.
This is look like synonym, but ghost fishing gear is the fishing gear that lost from the control by fishermen and still have potential to catch. They catch but cannot return to fishermen. We lost it. Very massive volumes that we lost every year.
Okay, and CFDEC have do many projects in order to tackle these like plastic debris, and especially these ALDG, FG, like cooperate with the FAO or the university, and UNEP also. Now we can go to our last speaker in our session, Mr. Mark Madden from International Atomic Energy Agency. He will share us for what the organization address to the global challenge of the plastic pollution. So please welcome Mr. Mark Madden.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you. First of all, I'm really glad to be invited to share about our initiative with the countries around the world, and it will be. I will be happy to respond to any question afterward, but I will go straight to the question, and so I'll throw it to the text. So, well, I'm a research scientist at the IEA. So IEA stands for International Atomic Energy Agency. And I would like to share about, in the context of this great workshop, I would like to share about the action that we are doing on global challenge for plastic pollution. Next, please. So the IEA is mainly new for the activity on nuclear safety and the safeguard activities, but we also do nuclear application. And in this context, for a certain period of time, we're adapting our technology to address these big problems of plastic pollution. And so our DG, the Director General, launched in 2020 huge initiatives called Nuclear Technology for Controlling Plastic Pollution. And this has three prongs. Next slide, please. One is about, and this has been in the context of a different roundtable around that have been made around the region, the IEA region, including Asian Pacific region that we call, so on globe, Asia and Pacific, South Pacific Islands. And basically, we were looking for sharing and discussing about the opportunity of building this big project, applying our nuclear application to tackle this huge challenge. It's a global challenge, but it's also a regional challenge. Next slide, please. And so with partners, with collaborators, we're showing how our technology or the technology can be adapted to tackle this problem. And so within this initiative, there's two approaches that we are talking in, and I know the terminology is not as simple as the one used generally, but we are calling upstream or downstreams. Basically, this is simple. We are trying to address the plastic pollution into two prongs. So the first one is about recycling, reuse, recovering, final disposal. So we are trying to adapt technology to in a better way or complementary way to the normal and classical approach. We're trying to recycle, reuse pollution, plastic pollution, or waste pollution. And in the same time, what we are trying to do, and this is my topic, and I will go more into detail about that in the next slides, I will show you how we address the monitoring aspect of marine plastic pollution using the technology. And this is not all about the transfer of technology, it's also about capacity building, capacity development, contributing to the needs that we have seen in the region. And so basically what we are trying to do is it's assess the pollution, inform policymaker, understand the principle, and act if possible. So by the message we do provide by the science done by our member states, we can act and make better solution, better policy-making decision. Next slide, please. And this is, of course, in the context, as has been discussed, about international initiative that exists. The previous slide, please. The international initiative that exists, we are participating to the INC, the process of negotiating committee, because we're talking about plastic pollution in the INC, but also on marine monitoring and marine impact on marine environment. This is really crucial. And in the other context, we also work toward responding and be able to have like indicators on SDG 14, life beyond water. And one of the indicators is to be able to report on plastic pollution. Next slide, please. And there's a lot of program existing for the years and years, but the problem is there's no real consensus and there's challenge because the complexity of the microplastic pollution. We have different source, we have different size, type of matrix, and so on. But also, the extent of this pollution is not clear, especially with the size aspect. We don't know about microplastic pollution at certain size. The technology is not ready. So as soon as the technology advances, we are providing and transferring the knowledge to our member state to be able to tackle this question and try to assess the extent of this marine pollution. And one of the aspects that we are facing is the fact that we have no harmonized methodology for sampling, for comparing data between region, between country, and so on. So this is one of the actions that the IEA is pushing toward, is to be able to have like a global harmonized method. Of course, we are not alone. We have collaboration with other UN agencies, but with other with experts, like world experts, science, with government that are already pushing for that. And so this is the idea. And again, it's not all about the harmonized methodology, but we see also that in terms of capacity to monitor assessment, there's an equal global access to that. Similar to other fields of science, but this is something we are trying to address. Next slide, please. And so in this context, the new tech initiatives, and especially the part, has different stage. So we are trying, first of all, to do some research here in the labs in Monaco, but also in our countries. We're working with collaborators. We are trying to know about the research, the impact of plastic, assessment of the impact on marine organisms, and also trying to adapt existing methodology to harmonize the methodology. Then we do what we are talking about, the capacity building and transfer of knowledge. We establish reference labs. This lab has been adapted to respond to this question, but also in the region. We have hubs in each of the IEA region. And then the idea, and that is pretty new, we try to develop this global network. Next slide, please. And so, again, in terms of research and development, as I said, develop on the methods, trying to do experiment to assess the risk. And this is something that is being done. And all this activity, all this stage has been developed, and now it's all together. So we have developed also capacities already, research, and so on. And so now at this stage in 2024, we are leading all those stages up front. Next slide, please. And so to do what we are doing, the IEA has what we call the Technical Cooperation Program. And this is the main mechanism to provide support to the member states. So with the countries, with the region, with the different region also together, we are building the capacity and we are developing projects with type of cycle. If you have question about that, I'd be happy, but this is very specific and this is, but definitely there's project ongoing on the topic. Next slide, please. And so for the approach that we are doing in terms of capacity building related to marine plastic monitoring, it's simple. We meet with all our member states interested to develop this at the national level, at the regional level again. And then we try to assess the current capacities for addressing this. And then the idea is to improve the capacity to be able to, at different stage, be able to monitor. So, of course, when you start from scratch in a country, within a region, you have to pass a different step where we will provide a certain type of expertise, a certain develop trainings, provide equipment and so on. And so we categorize, and I'll not go into detail about the size and so on. You have the information on the slide, but the idea is to develop. And so, for example, some countries are already advanced. We help them to support the ones that are not advanced, or also to develop some other capacity to be able to react and have a better sense. So first of all is to see what's happening, try to see at different larger size, then smaller size, then develop other capacities to be able to respond and to have information to the policymaker. Next slide, please. And so what those categories basically happen is, first of all, we have the monitoring, like the core business. So we are trying to help our member states to be able to have a certain level. To the end of the project, they are able to report to SDG 14.1.b, which is how much plastic you have in your water, how much plastic you have on your beach, and so on and so forth. And this is, of course, in collaboration with other UN agencies. And then after, what is important, and definitely important from a countryside, is also, okay, we develop the research. So it's not about reporting, it's also trying to understand the impact. What is the history of the pollution in the past? How we can go down to a certain size that is more, let's say, more dangerous for the ecosystem. And so this is the different stage and the development and the strategy that we have developed in agreement with our member states. Next slide, please. And so at each stage, so you see the 4 stages, at each stage we have procurement, we have train obtain, and then we request like data produce, because this is crucial. If you train people, if you procure and give equipment, you need to have data, and this is crucial for the country. Next slide, please. At this stage right now in 24, we have 99 member states that are involved in these new tech activities. And this is growing since the launch of this activity. And this is showing how important it is. And so all these countries are contributing to the harmonized methodology. So this is really important for us. Of course, there's different level and there's no need for showing this. But what is important, you can see on the map right now, we have 99 member states that are involved in this project at different level, right? Next slide, please. So the next step is try to continue this, increase and facilitate the partnership. So that's why also during, and thanks to ASEAN, we have the opportunity to share about that. If you're interested, please contact us. Try to see at the regional, at the national or the regional level, we have already partners involved in this. And I'll show you in the Asian Pacific region who is involved, or at least which country are involved. So if you want to know more about that, that's the idea. At the country level, one lab is maybe equipped, but the idea is this lab will help facilitate the country capacity building. So this is how we see it. And what we try again within a country is to facilitate this connection between institutions. That's what we see, for example, in Thailand. We have different labs, different institutions working towards this target of monitoring microplastic and be part of this network. Of course, we don't want to duplicate effort. And that's why we are making connection with other agencies that are involved at this, or for example, NOAA, EU, and so on, to try to connect and not redo another SOP or another technology for respond to this question. So this is really important for us. So again, what we are willing to is to have a tools to be able to support INC, or not us, but our member state to support INC information, and also to report about SDGs in the future. Next slide, please. So for the Asian Pacific region, just to let you know, we know that there's great laboratories involved in monitoring and assessment of microplastic in marine environment, but there's also some that are not have sufficient capacity to do so. And so the common needs also in the region is to have the same protocol. So what we show at the global scale, it's existing at the regional scale and also at the national scale. So we developed this project, and the idea is to enhance the regional knowledge of strong foundation for implementation of microplastic monitoring, but also assessment. And there's a different stage for that. Next slide, please. This project, this is a regional project that started now, I'd say 2 or 3 years ago, and we have 22 member states across the region. And we would like at this stage also to increase this, because this is the idea. It's not for us to highlight and show off. It's just because we know that some other countries that are not participating yet to this project are not have their willingness to do this kind of approach and to work together with countries, as I said, that already have the capacity. So it will be really a joint effort that is really important. Next slide, please. And I will just show you some of the activity already been done. For example, in 2023, we organized with the help of different institutions in Thailand, our collaborators, counterparts. We organized a regional workshop for harmonizing protocols for collection, identification, counting microplastic in different metrics. These metrics are simple: water columns, sand beaches, and sediments. For the 2-1 were the first one. So this was a week of discussing with experts, regional experts, about the way to harmonize our protocols. Next slide, please. And also about trainings. So some countries were showing the interest of developing basic training course. So we developed one in Kuwait. And then here in Monaco, we organize an advanced training course. And this is, again, based on the type of level that we have been evaluated at the beginning of the project. And so we were able to do a tailor-made training course for these member states. And so then the trainees went back to the countries, shared the information, and be able, because they were already having the equipment to do the work. So basically, right now we know that they're producing data, and we are confident because this is something that is really strong and has been a cohesion effort to produce those data and relabel data in the same way. So this is continuing, this is not finishing. We are pushing for that, and that's I think we have a training plan for also next year. Next slide, please. So that's it for me. I'll be happy to respond. I showed the contact information of the people involved in the upstream, so the recycling in the marine component with my colleagues, but also at the technical cooperation aspect. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mark Martian, for your deliver. Right now we have 5 more minutes for our session, so I will give you only one question from the panels. If you have, yes, please.
Nice presentations. I really enjoyed. Let me introduce myself first. I am Sandhya Babel I'm a professor at Thammasat University in Thailand. So actually, to the first speaker, I think Wilde Costa, is she around? I'm not sure. She, is she there or?
Yeah, sorry, I'm here, yes.
Okay, so I saw most of the strategies that you talked about, what EU is doing, the EU strategy on reducing the primary microplastic. But how about secondary microplastics, which are like produced from the plastic that are already in the environment? What is the strategy for that? I could not get from your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So that goes under the EU plastic strategy, under the single-use plastics, which is to reduce the, for example, fishing gear, and reduce, and also cleanups and new technologies. So I guess you could say phase out or yeah, go to more sustainable or different methods and yeah, technologies. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yep, badly, but so I could not get clear. So what is happening with if the plastics are already in the environment, that are already still in use and disposed in the environment? What is the strategy of EU on managing such plastics?
Yes. So, for example, with fishing gear, it is to waste from fishing is to dispose at the harbors, etc. And then it is to promote transition to more innovative and sustainable business models, products, and other materials. And in terms of cleanups, there are several different technologies and remediation that's in place. I don't think I'll have the time to go into all of them. But yeah, so it all falls in under the EU plastic strategy and single-use plastic.
Okay, thank you. Can I have one more small question? Or
sure.
So okay, my second question would be to Dr. Mushtaq Memon, and I think your presentation you talked about that basically we have to change our processes upstream because most of the plastics have additives and some chemicals added. Many things are added inside the plastics during the manufacturing, which many of the things are not known to us. It's a secret by the companies, and recycling and doing this, following the circular economy is difficult for such plastics. So what do you think what we should do? Because there's a lot of plastic still in the environment. How can we manage? What is the perspective of UNEP in that angle, that what we should do with what is already existing in the environment. It will take time to change the production processes. It should be agreed by the industry to do so also. There are many issues on that. But what can we do? What is already in the environment, tons and tons in the environment now, and water on the land everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Just quickly. So basically, okay, UNEP is a science policy interface. So that's why this is important that we have assigned all the information to help the member states with the policy. Policy is the key to bring the private sector, consumers, everyone on board. And that's why I put a strategic partnership with the private sector to do so. But there are very good examples from other fields which we have done, UNEP and also others. Suppose leaded gasoline. So when we were like phasing out or helping the countries to phase out the leaded gasoline, it was the same issues with the catalytics and all that. So I don't think it's very difficult for private sector or others if there is a proper policy, if the consumer behavior is this and information science is there. So I don't think it's difficult because learning from very different like experiences, what we have faced out already, many things in the world, even ozone and all those things, HFCs, CFCs, you name it, like I can give you. So it's not a difficult task either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, because of the times of limitations of the time. So if you have any question, you can leave from for the online participants, and for on-site, maybe we can ask our speakers later after these sessions. Okay, right now is the end of the first session. So please give your hand to our honorable speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nuta, for the moderator and all speaker on session 1.
Yeah, before we start the next section, we have just a few information to announce. We provide the food and drink outside, but due to the requirement, this room, there is no bringing food or drink to eat inside. So please, if you want to have some snack, go outside and eat and then come back to the room. Yeah.
Okay. We would like to continue to the session 2 about policy and initiative by ASEAN countries to mitigate microplastic pollution. We are privileged to welcome all speakers, Mr. Tan Monomoyit, Vice Chief Office, Department of Coastal Zone and Marine Conservation, Ministry of Environment, Cambodia, will join online. Mr. John Eric Avelino, Chief Integrated Coastal and Marine Partnership Sections, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Biodiversity Management Bureau, Philippines, will join online. Ms. Sumana Kajon Watanakul, the Director of Marine and Coastal Resources Research and Development Institute, Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand. Dr. Duong Tan Nghi, Institute of Marine Resources and Environment, Vietnam Academy of Science and Technology, and Assistant Professor Dr. Sumet Wong Kieu from Environment Science Department, Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University, will be the moderator for this session. They will also offer important insight into the policies and initiatives undertaken by ASEAN countries to address and reduce microplastic pollution. Please welcome them to the stage.
Thank you very much for introduction. And good afternoon, everyone again. Welcome to session 2 of our workshop on policy and initiative by Asian countries to mitigate microplastic and pollution. And again, my name is Sumet Phongkyo, an assistant professor in environmental science, Department of Environmental Science, Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University. So it is my pleasure to moderate this session. So as we all know that microplastic pollution pose a significant threat to our environment, particularly our marine ecosystem, and has very serious implications for fisheries and human health. Addressing this issue requires robust policies and innovative initiatives. And today, we are fortunate to have a distinguished panel of speakers from various Asian countries who will share the insights and experiences on these critical topics. Each speaker will have 10 minutes for their presentation. And this section, I would like to tell you that we don't have the Q&A session, but feel free to share during the break or at the end of our workshop. So let me welcome our first speaker. The first speaker is online, Mr. Tran Monomoyet, the Vice Chief Officer, Department of Coastal Zone and Marine Conservation, Ministry of Environment, Cambodia. Mr. Monomoyet will share the Cambodia strategy and policy to combat microplastic pollution. Good afternoon, Mr. Tran Monomoyet.
Yes, good afternoon. My pleasure to see you all here.
Yes, please take your time. Thank you so much.
Yes, my apology because my presentation from the office, so my colleague have in the office, so maybe a bit crowded in the office. So first of all, I would like to say thank the Asian regional workshop that invited me to join such an important workshop. And the workshop could be good to be discussed and also get the information from the other participant. So get back to my presentation slide. I have 5 points going to present, and the first point is about. No, I'm sorry. Regarding to my presentation slide, I will share you the country outlook on the plastic pollution management in Cambodia. So the next slide, please. So I have 5 points going to present, and the first one is the state of plastic management, and second, legal framework, and third, institutional management on the plastic waste management, and fourth, solution to prevent and reduce plastic pollution. And the last one is future plan or suggestion. Next slide, please. So this is the state of the plastic waste management in our site in Cambodia. So actually, we have the several factors that to be increase solid waste and plastic. The first one is the population increase from year to year. As you see, is that right now in Cambodia we increase the population around 17 million people, and also from year to year we increase the repeat economic growth, like in the industry, construction, and tourists, and factory, and so on. So that is can be increase the plastic in the country as well, and also the technology and civilization of people living in the city. Like before, it's not in Cambodia that most of the people I just example one, the small one, that most of people that mostly they used to drink coffee. You know, the coffee. Some country they produce the like paper. Some country use the the plastic for the plastic container for the coffee drink. That is I mean, before we used the only glass or something like that, but right now it's like, I mean, the people living in the city, they have a living style, so they change their behavior as well. And also the other one is based on the report from the Ministry of our Environment. So annually increase plastic waste approximately 1 million tons per year. That is the big numbers that need to be need to be reduced, that the plastic use. And also most of plastic are plastic bag, and also zero foam and plastic straw, Swiss paper, and also the plastic glass as well that I mentioned about. And also the other point is we so far we don't have any waste management plan in proper, and also the guideline we still not yet have it. So even right now we just follow what we have so far from the government. And the last one, challenge and implementation of policy and regulation. I think from every country they have their law, their regulation and policies, but law enforcement is one of important for the country. But in our country, that is we are challenging on this. So next slide, please. Yes, this is. I just want to highlight another factor that that also the problem that can be increase the plastic waste as well. Like I think that is a marine resource degradation is not marine plastic, but I just want to highlight that this happen in the marine area or coastal area, and also marine environment and pollution, and also no proper urbanization that overnight planning, because of it can be increase of people living in the island, or in the coast, along the coastal, that can be increase the plastic waste. And also land encroachment, marine litter research and baseline data is still limited on that, because as you see the pictures, that the plastic is come from the sea to the coastal, and there are a lot of plastic there along the coastal that can be impact to the people who are living in the I mean in the coastal area. They during the fishing, and also they eat that the food that they collect from the fishing, that is can be affect to the community, and also erosion and sedimentation as well. So next slide, please. So as I show you a number of issues that are challenge about. So to mitigation or to minimize that issue, Cambodian government has been develop law and sub-degree and policy to minimize or to manage that plastic waste or plastic pollution in the region or in the community, in the country as well. So like law, we have the Environmental Protection Natural Resource Management since 1996, and also we have developed a sub-degree, but two is still on draft. I hope this on just a sub-degree on plastic management, and also the second one, a sub-degree on green public procurement, is on track. But I hope this in future will be public soon. And for policy, we also have our country have developed several of them regarding the circular strategy environment. So this is the new currently established from the Ministry of Environment, that they mentioned only mentioned to three pillar: green, clean, and sustainable for the environment management. And the others, policy, national circular economic strategy and action plan. And also we develop a Cambodia roadmap for sustainable consumption and production and policy metric reduction, plastic production, consumption, and threatening and plastic waste management to short term. And in the highlight one in the policy that is still on draft, for like first one, we are doing on the national action plan for tracking marine in Cambodia is on draft, and toward action plan reduce priority plastic in Cambodia is on the draft, and the roadmap sustainable public procurement is on the draft. So that is the legal and policy framework that Cambodia have been have been developed so far, and also force the mitigate the plastic pollution in Cambodia. Next slide, please. So regarding to the institutional arrangement on the plastic waste management, Ministry of Environment is the lead agency for plastic waste management in Cambodia. We cooperate with the Ministry of Interior and also Ministry of Economic and Finance, and also engage with the academia institute like university regarding university in field of the plastic management, and also stakeholder like company, industry to to manage or to mitigate the plastic in the country. And for regional, for international cooperation, we have ASEAN and PEMC and COPC as well, because COPC right now we are working on that regarding to marine litter. And also we have the development partner like JICA, FS organization, and GIZ that who are working on the plastic management. Next slide, please. Sorry. So regarding solution to prevent and reduce the plastic pollution in Cambodia, as I mentioned that we have a numbers of law and sub-degree and policy to manage or combating the plastic in the country. Also, we have the specific sub-degree like sub-degree 36 on waste management, and also sub-degree 1.113 that is on the solid waste and city waste management. This, and also the sub-degree 168 plastic management. This is the policies that we have, or sub-degree that we have so far to manage that plastic. And also another solution, we educate like environmental clean up program, and also we organize the environmental day event outreach forum using a plastic substitute. And also we have another solution that to encourage the some customer change behavior from using of alternative material such as glassware. And another point is we still motivate that the important and manufacture of base or batching material made biodegradable and or bioplastic material, and recycling of plastic bag in especially take by the step. And the last one is we also encourage them to import and also make manufacturers of batch and or packaging material made of biodegradable and also bioplastic material and recycling plastic based in the special tech in Australia as well. For next slide, please. So the other solution, we also conduct ASEAN ministerial meeting on environment. This is minister level that they come up together and to have a meeting, conference meeting at the Cambodia, because during that time Cambodia is the host of the ASEAN meeting. And also during the meeting, they discuss on the environment protection and cooperation in the country in terms of the minimize or manage for sustainable for environment, especially for plastic waste or plastic waste management. Next slide, please. So the other program we have conduct environmental eco school program. That is one of the important program that can be provide basic knowledge on the environment and education for sustainable development, as well as on the plastic waste management and climate change, water and energy saving, sanitation, and would safety to all the teacher and student, and also parent and the community itself, and also stakeholder to understand what is important of the environment in their community, especially for plastic waste. Next slide, please. And also we have conducted Environment Day along the coastal for clean up beach, clean up the coastal. During that time, we have many people that from the different organization, and also also local authorities, student, and relevant stakeholder come together to do the activity on the beach. Next slide, please. And also we have conducted, this is the, I can say the clean tourist city, I mean for clean city. So this is organized by the ASEAN country, and also some province in the country, they try to clean up, try to manage their city, their place to be clean, and then put it on the, I mean, in the list during the ASEAN cleanup, during ASEAN awards. So some of the province in Cambodia, they got a award from the ASEAN cleanup tourist city during 2022, as I remember. Yes, this is the one of the very good program that can be can encourage the people, no, the city to be clean without plastic, without waste. So that is one of the programs that engage with or participate to mitigate the plastic waste. Next slide, please.
Mr. Monomoyis, we have 1 minute left.
Yes, it's almost finished for that. So can this recycling the plastic that collect from the dam side. So I think that is can move next slide, please. Yes, next slide, please. So this is for our future plan. I think from our side, we still need the capacity building on the plastic pollution management, and also we still need need the guideline and action plan regarding the plastic pollution management, and also in great public awareness in public and academic knowledge and plastic topic on and impacts, and also promote behavior change strategic to combating plastic pollution, and also the promote public awareness is one of the important point for our country to be healthy, and also develop education program on plastic pollution prevention and reduction, and engage private sector company or customer for awareness. Next slide, please. So our suggestion, I think, financial support and technical assistance for the any stakeholder partner is one of the important for the, I mean, for our side, because as I told you that the capacity building we do need on that, and for implementation on the activity that related to combating the plastic, that is one of the important thing that we need to some financial to be implement on the activity, and also the data the data on the plastic pollution monitoring we still also need with from the other partner to be management on the plastic. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you very much, and my apologize that I think takes some time for my presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Monomojis, for sharing the policy frameworks on microplastic pollution in Cambodia. So the next speaker, we have Mr. John Eric B. Avellino, Chief Integrated Coastal Leadership Section from the Philippines. Mr. Avellino, hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. So can you please take your time?
Yep, I'll proceed with my presentation immediately. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric. I'm from the Philippines. And again, thank you for inviting us to this ASEAN regional workshop. Allow me to close my video. My internet is not that quite consistent. So again, I'll be presenting the Philippine initiatives to mitigate microplastic pollution. Again, keyword here is to mitigate. We don't have specific initiatives yet on microplastics, but we wanted to prevent leakage from our main sources of plastics in order to mitigate this microplastic issue in the country. So the outline of the presentation is as follows. We'll be providing an introduction, the Philippine context, a relevant study, which I think will be expounded later on during session 3, the national policies and initiatives. I also wanted to highlight protected area management as one of our means and measures to mitigate marine litter or address marine litter issues in the country, and some of the ways forward that we'll also be doing in the country. To provide an intro on our organization or our agency, so we're the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, basically what constitutes those who are managing or which agencies manage marine litter. We have the Environmental Management Bureau. And from my end, I'm from the Biodiversity Management Bureau, which basically looks at protected area management and how the coastal areas are being affected by these issues on marine litter. Again, the Philippines is an archipelagic country. We all know how difficult it is to address leakage from plastics going into the bodies of water within the country, and even transboundary coming from other countries as well, coming from our neighboring countries. We are also one of the mega diverse countries globally, which heightens the importance of managing our marine areas, particularly our coastal ecosystems. As I mentioned, the presentation later on in session 3 will be provided on the study on microplastic, but I wanted to highlight here some of the scientific activities or researches being done to identify some of the measures and initiatives to mitigate microplastic and address marine litter or solid waste management in the country. So these are the national policies. These are just the main national policies in the country which we implement to manage solid waste. We have the Republic Act 9003 or the Ecological Waste Management Act. We have the Philippine National Plan of Action on Marine Litter Management. This was just recently adopted. And we have the Extended Producers Responsibility Act of 2022 or the Republic Act 11898. So one by one, I'll be giving you some of the example initiatives from these three national policies. So we have, as I mentioned, we have the National Solid Waste Management Act. And from this law, we have passed several resolutions that identifies banning or phasing out of unnecessary single-use plastics, particularly, so initially within our national government agencies, the local government units. So most of the governments are already complying on banning of this or the ban of unnecessary single-use plastics. We have declared through NSWMC resolution, declaring plastic soft drink straw and plastic coffee stirrer as non-environmentally acceptable products. And then the resolution adopting the roadmap for managing plastic waste and reducing non-recyclable single-use plastics in the Philippines. So the second national policy, we have the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter with an overarching goal of zero waste to Philippine waters by 2040. We have within this plan a number of programmatic and cross-cutting initiatives. As I mentioned, we put emphasis on establishing science-based approaches through the conduct of national marine litter baselining. We have ASEAN, the Korean government, and the Australian government helping us in developing the methodologies for us to identify the sources of marine litter and ensuring that these are managed with a science background or having a science-based decision-making background for us to identify the measures. Other activities within this National Plan of Action includes circular economy initiatives, recovery and recycling. I'm sure you've heard of all of these initiatives already on previous and on future presentations. Cross-cutting initiatives that are also important, although not directly linked with marine litter. As mentioned earlier, policy is very important in managing plastics and marine litter. We have social marketing, which is also emphasized earlier on, sustainable financing, and strengthening local actions, especially the local government units. And the third initiative or policy is on the extended producer responsibility. This basically provides for the responsibility of managing the waste back to our private companies, making sure that they took their part or they have their part in ensuring that the waste that they produce are being recovered efficiently and effectively. So since it's signing in 2022, we have set targets for the private companies to comply with up to 2028, that hopefully 80% of the waste that these private companies generate will be recovered by their company as well. No? So it's very important to really engage the private sector and making sure that they have the buy-in in terms of waste management and environmental conservation embedded in their business plans. So this is a status. I won't be diving into the numbers, but so far we have 917 EPR programs embedded in our business sector already. So again, what I wanted to highlight, since I am from the Biodiversity Management Bureau, I also wanted to highlight some of the programs of the national government when it comes to managing its coastal and marine resources, starting off with the national or the flagship program of the government when it comes to marine ecosystems, which is the CMEM. Within the CMEM, we're anchored in protected area management. We have 248 protected areas where we prioritize not just coastal, but also terrestrial management of our biodiversity. And these areas are the primary recipient of this program components. For the purpose of this presentation, I just wanted to highlight biodiversity-friendly enterprise and social marketing, which are directly related to managing marine litter. So BDFEs, so biodiversity-friendly and social enterprise development, this basically provides for supplemental livelihood, making sure that the business operating within protected areas are ecologically and environmentally sound. And we have provided guidelines as well as technical and financial assistance to our people's organizations operating within protected areas. The next one is on social marketing, just providing public awareness and addressing marine litter through or by targeting behavioral change in our local communities, and even at the national level. So the BMB is also in the process of localizing its National Plan of Action on Marine Litter to protected area management plans, making sure that these plans are funded and implemented moving forward. So down to my last slide, which is on the ways forward. Basically, what I wanted to highlight here is that we wanted to strengthen monitoring of marine litter. Our secretary puts emphasis on being science-based and having a scientific basis for all of the management measures that will be implemented in our country, in our coastal areas, and even in solid waste management. The implementation of the National Plan of Action for Marine Litter, the EPR law, and innovation in solid waste management. We think that the policies are enough. It's a matter of implementing these policies. And last but not the least, we'd like to implement integrated coastal management, making sure that the local governments are also observing proper zoning within their local governments, making sure that we prevent leakage from the river systems down to the coastal areas through proper zoning and identification of areas where business can operate. So with that, I think that would be all for my presentation on the initiatives of the Philippines in mitigating microplastics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Avelino, for sharing the points from the Philippines. Now we're back to our on-site presentation. I would like to introduce Ms. Sumana Kajon-Vatanakun, the Director of Marine Coastal Resource Research and Development Institute, Department of Marine Coastal Resource, Ministry of Resource and Environment, Thailand.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here to share with you on the policy and initiative by ASEAN countries to mitigate microplastic pollution. As we are aware, microplastics are invincible threat with the invincible consequences. Next slide, please. To tackle plastic pollution, including microplastic, Thailand has implemented an institutional framework on plastic waste management. The Plastic Waste Management Roadmap 2018 to 2030 was developed to pave the way for achieving this goal in line with the 20 years National Strategy on Natural Resources and Environment. The Thai government has set an ambitious national agenda to combat plastic pollution, including in marine ecosystem. Next slide, please. The action plan on plastic waste phase 2 comprises of 4 measures, with the fourth one addressing in the management of plastic marine debris. Among the targets of this measure is to comply and monitor and report microplastic in water, on land, and in the ocean. 2 activities have been proposed to list this target. Firstly, to monitor situation of microplastic in marine and coastal ecosystem and surface water. And secondly, to set a standard for microplastic in both inland and coastal waters. Additionally, we are also seeking to include microplastic standards as one of the Thailand's Marine Water Quality Index. Next slide, please. According to make a microplastic standard for marine water quality index, we are set up the two working group that attribute to facilitate the development of microplastic standards. One for marine ecosystem and the other one for freshwater ecosystem. The Department of Marine and Coastal Resources is involved in the working group on microplastic concentration standard for marine ecosystem, while in the freshwater is the pollution control department will in charge with that. The tasks are to establish standard or criteria to measure the microplastic concentration in marine environments, including collection methodologies and data analysis techniques. Next slide, please. In February this year, the working group has finalized the measurement units and categories of the microplastic based on size and is currently preparing the draft proposal for sampling and laboratory analysis procedure, which the working group has agreed to base on and adapt from the methodology conducted by the DMCR. DMCR is the government agency that in charge with marine debris, and we have a lot of effort and conduct the research on the monitoring of microplastic pollution in the marine environment. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Microplastic sampling and analysis protocol implemented by the DMCR were modified from the methodology based on 3 established guidelines such as from NOAA, Westpac, and Japan's MOEJ. Next slide, please. Microplastic study in marine ecosystem by the DMCR was kick-start at 2017 at the 9th Thailand-China Joint Workshop. Our researchers also participated in the IOC Westpac technical workshop to harmonize the methods of microplastic study in the ASEAN region. As of now, the DMCR is continuously conducting systematic surveys of beach sediment, sea surface, and marine organisms. Moreover, the guideline on microplastic survey of sea surface and laboratory analysis is expected to be launched in 2024. Next slide, please. Regarding the DMCR microplastic monitoring program, we set the 30 stations for seawater surface and 10 stations for beach sediment. As you can see in this picture, the red dot, green dot, and yellow dot is mean the station that comprise of the populated, moderate, and pristine. The populated is mean we are concerned about the population and the tourists on that area, and while the pristine is the remote area or not a tourist attraction area. The results show that there was no correlation between the density of microplastic and the population, pointing that ocean currents may contribute greatly to the deposit of microplastic in the coastal areas. Next slide, please. DMCR is also part of the regional effort trying to identify bioindicator for monitoring microplastic in the environment. During the 3rd Westpac workshop on marine plastic in Shanghai in 2019, researchers from various countries had discussed and agreed to use green mussel for the purpose. Since then, DMCR researchers have identified that marine plastic accumulate in green mussel from aquaculture may originate from household activities. Based on the findings, they suggest that the aquaculture site should be located away from the urban and residential area to minimize contamination. Next slide, please. Moreover, the DMCR under the Thailand-China Joint Laboratory for Climate and Marine Ecosystem has been conduct research to predict the transportation of microplastic in marine environment using the modeling. The results indicate that the marine plastic from the mainland will be carried out by the currents to the Indian Ocean. Given this finding, addressing microplastic pollution at the regional level will require strong collaborations, which will be ever more and important and indispensable. Next slide, please. Yeah. Because of the microplastic or the plastic pollution is international concern. So we need the international cooperation on this subject. On the next slide, please. On the regional level, IOC Westpac has established a microplastic working group focused on supporting and building capacity for member countries. Currently, the member countries are conducting joint research project under the topic of stem the tide of Asia's river plastic emission into the ocean and establishing the RTRC on the marine plastic debris and microplastic. Next slide, please. And Interfront, the Ministry of Environment of Japan continue to provide technical support to increase ASEAN capability on marine litter and microplastic, particularly on the monitoring methodology. Next slide, please. Next one is the Thailand-China Joint Lab is also cooperating on the project Technical Cooperation on Marine Debris and Microplastic Monitoring and Research since 2017. Moreover, next slide, please. Moreover, Thailand is involved with the IAEA projects to enhance the capability of member states for impact assessment and monitoring of the plastic pollution on marine and coastal ecosystem. Next slide, please. The knowledge sharing and capacity building from various international organizations have supported and development of the microplastic study in Thailand, which facilitate the country to sharing microplastic information under SDG 4 at SDG indicator 14.1.1b. Next slide, please. In conclusion, Thailand committed to tackling microplastic pollution through robust monitoring, standard development, and international cooperation. Moving forward, we must strengthen our partnerships and continue innovation to address plastic pollution challenges for a sustainable plastic-free future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Sumana, for sharing the comprehensive policies of Thailand. So the next speaker is Dr. Dong Tan Nhi from Institute of Marine Resource and Environment, Vietnam Academy of Science and Technology. Okay.
Okay. It is a pleasure for me to be here to share the Vietnamese policy for mitigate plastic waste on the main source mitigate microplastic in the environment. So the first slide I will show you about the situation development of plastic and plastic waste in Vietnam. So according to the Vietnam Plastic Association said that the total revenue of the plastic industry is currently estimated about 50 billion US dollar in Vietnam. For export, reach about 2.5 billion US dollar. So average increase 55% per year over past decade. So very fast economic development about the industry of plastic. So it's a solving job for about 300,000 workers. So the role of plastic industry very strong in the labor. The plastic industry market is still very large for not only Vietnam, every country in the world is developing. Covers the most large consumption, as you know, the household plastic package or manufacturing industry such as motorbike, motor, household, healthcare, HO. So it is forecast that about by 2030, the total value of plastic industry will reach about 25 billion US dollar in Vietnam. So total export value of plastic industry will reach about $8 billion. However, in Vietnam, the plastic industry facing huge challenges and risks related to the environment. The source of plastic waste in Vietnam collect for treatment or recycling is still very small, only about 20%, and especially it's only done by individual. So according to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, each year Vietnam generate about 1.8 million tons of plastic waste, but only 0.28 to 0.73 million ton is discharged to the sea. Only 27 of this plastic is recycled, or while 90% burying and burn or treatment ineffectively. For example, in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City, is a big city in Vietnam. Each day, every day, it discharge about 80 tons of plastic waste. So it's a problem. Plastic recycling activity in Vietnam are still very primitive. So a large amount of domestic plastic waste is not utilized for recycling. But on the other hand, each year, plastic industry is importing about 1 million for serve to products. So some experts believe that to develop the substance, the plastic industry, it is necessary to develop the circular economic with plastic as a center. Like the professor UNDP said that we know the plastic very important, but to solve this problem, it is necessary to develop the circular economic with plastic is the center. So plastic waste must be considered as a form of renewable resource to have a appropriate policy. So it's a approach for Vietnam. Next, please. So plastic waste management in Vietnam now, we are applying a combination of 4 tools in managing plastic and solid waste, includes the plastic waste, which has the command and control tool group. The second is the economic tool group. The third is a technical tool group, and the fourth is a group propaganda and education, of course. Next, please. So in Vietnam, the policy is divided to 4 levels. The first level is the government. The environmental protection laws point out that it is necessary to encourage the application of advanced technology to recycle, reuse waste to create a raw material and produce energy. And in Vietnam, there are many province apply this to make the electrical from the landfill. And for minimize the amount of landfill soil waste will be important part of Vietnam waste management policy. For example, in business and service, or in urban area, or waste management. And the second level is regarding to the government decree related to the importance of plastic source. Decree especially regulate that the important scrap of chapter 8. The third level is regarding to the Prime Minister decision. So the Prime Minister also give us 2 main decision. The decision approves the asset of national strategy on integrated solid waste management to 2025 vision 2050 to manage the waste, solid waste. So the second decision of Prime Minister is related to the list of crop to allow to be the import from abroad as the raw material for production. So it is manage the importing of the waste for product. And the fourth, regard to the circular related to the plastic waste is some circular related to the environment friendly plastic bag. First, plastic bag have one of the following two technical. And the second is related to the importance of scrap as a raw production material. And the tune of economic tune is about around the tax. So the tax in Vietnam, we apply for pavement and taxpayer, and the stimulate and absolutely tax for plastic bag about 3,000 to 50,000 Vietnam dong per kilogram. But therefore, a plastic product has a risk to the consumer goes through production progress with the participant of manufacturer, supplier, and consumer, including immediately production. And the important here is just imposing environment protection tax as currently not really fair. It doesn't cover relevant group, especially the manufacturer. So the third technical group is about the technical regular and about the Vietnamese standard. We also ban the technical regular for control the waste treatment. For example, we reach about the proportion of solid waste treated by landfill technology must not exceed 15%. And of course, the process of other technologies like recycle, reuse, or compost proportion reach at least 85%. And then we also have banned some Vietnamese standards. And of course, the fourth group is a group of propaganda and education. And we also specify action as a garbage classification, alternative use, resource of the use of plastic, and dispose of waste proper. Let's believe. So I will give the epilogue is Vietnam has been lost by environment manager as one of the 5 countries in the last amount of plastic waste in the world ocean. Since then, Vietnam has actively participated in activity from management and implementation of action program to reduce the amount of plastic waste in the environment. And we also have 2 laws related with this, and 4 decree. And however, the solution have been implemented and have been implemented, and they and we said that we hope the tackling plastic pollution require close coordination between country, organization, and individual globally. Vietnam has actively participating in international initiative and implementing special policy and measure to minimize the impact of plastic waste. This effort not only contribute to protecting the domestic environment, but also support the global goal of reduce plastic pollution. And we have a commitment to plastic pollution reduce policy next year and the year after next year. For example, for 2026, Vietnam will not produce an important or degradation plastic bag, for example. And for example, in 2025, we set the Prime Minister set a goal to using 100% plastic bag and environmentally friendly packaging. So on, that is the policy of Vietnam to minimize plastic waste. I want to share for this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Atingi, for sharing Vietnamese initiative. And at the end, I would like to thank you to our speaker for their valuable contribution. And at the end, I want to say that if you want to go fast, we go alone, and we want to go together. If you want to go far, we go together. And now we have to go together very quickly too. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the session. Oh, yeah. Thank you, the moderator and the speakers. Next, we will begin with the session 3 about the safe standard for microplastic and in fishery and human health in ASEAN. I would like to invite there is the online participant speaker and on-site participant speaker. For the online is Dr. French Collage, research scientist of Norwegian Institute for Water Research. She participating online. Next is the Dr. Muhammad Reza Cordova, researcher at the Research Center for Oceanography in Indonesia. He also participating online. And Professor Dr. Sushana Chavanit, Department of Marine Science, Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University. Please welcome her on the stage. And Dr. Pham Ngoc Bao, Institute for Global Environment Strategy. He participating online. And Associate Professor Dr. Fasir Binti Shahul Hamid from Institute of Biological Science, Faculty of Science, University of Malaya. Mr. John Alfonso P. Ho Vidala, Senior Science Researcher Specialist, Coastal Resort and Ecotourism Research, Department and Extension Center, Ecosystem Research and Development Center, Bureau. And the moderator will be Associate Professor Noro Primadonna Proba from Department of Marine Science, Pajajaran University. So let's start the session 3. Please give a big hand to them.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So because the time is really tight right now, I want to introduce myself again. My name is Noir Purba from Pajajaran University from Indonesia. So my expertise in modeling oceanography, in marine debris, we model some macro debris and micro debris in several seas in Indonesia. So as we know, we have 6 speakers right now, and I invite Dr. Frans Gollert from from Norwegian Institute for Water Research, NIFA. Good morning, Dr. Frans. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. So I think please prepare your presentation while I'm reading your brief CV.
Yes,
Dr.
sure.
Frans Gollert is a research scientist at NIFA and specializing in catchment biochemistry. So her expertise lies on the study of pollution, microplastic, and plastic pollution. So the time is like 10 minutes, Dr. Pollard. So the floor is yours. Thank you. Please welcome Dr. Pollard.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. First, I want to thank you, all the organizers. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I would like to start session 3 with this presentation, Sources of Microplastics to Humans globally and in ASEAN. As it's been said, I'm a researcher in the Norwegian Institute for Water Research. I am based in Tromsø. This is in northern Norway. So I want to start talking about the sources of microplastics to humans. We know them quite well, and they are similar between any regions of the world, actually. So first, there is air. There are microplastics in air. They can come from the erosion of tires, tear and wear of synthetic fabrics. There's a lot of fibers in air, both indoor and outdoor, and they come mostly from our clothes. The second is food, and it's most likely the most obvious one. There's a seafood. It is quite known that seafood is a source of microplastics, but other studies in all over the world have shown that, for example, salt, honey, or sugar can also be a source of microplastics. Besides food, there's also water and other beverages. Beer, milk are contaminated with microplastics, as is tap water or any drinking water or refilled drinking water. The last one is hygiene products. I'm mostly thinking about facial scrubs and toothpaste. They are loaded, some of them at least, with microbeads made of plastic polymers. And they also can have some plastic resins in them for the texture. If I want to focus on ASEAN, and I am therefore using some insights from the baseline study on microplastics in ASEAN, it's been shown that those 3 categories of products are actually contaminated also in ASEAN. There are very, very few studies, though. There's one on air from the Philippines. It has shown that air from Metro Manila is mostly contaminated in fibers, in polyester. These are assumed to come from textiles, and this confirms that textiles are an important source of airborne microplastics. There's also quite a lot of studies in ASEAN on seafood. By seafood, I mean many different mostly marine species, and not so much on freshwater. Sharks, other fish, crabs, sea cucumbers, etc. They have been evidenced to be contaminated with microplastics. Water, there's also very, very few studies, but one from Indonesia has shown that the population is almost daily exposed to microplastics through drinking water. And last category is hygiene products. And yes, again, indeed, microplastics were found in facial scrubs and toothpaste from Malaysia. Right now, I obviously want to focus on food and seafood, given the topic of this session. So by seafood, I mean fish, crabs, and bivalves. First, if we talk globally, several recent studies or reviews have shown that indeed many fish and other seafood species are contaminated with microplastics. Sometimes it's more than half of them. So this is quite worrisome. However, those commercial fish species that are consumed by humans, usually they are gutted, and this is usually where microplastics can be found. So this obviously decreases the risk of plastic ingestion by humans. But there is a process called translocation. And translocation is the transfer of hard particles from the digestive tract to other organs. This happens with microplastics as well. It's been evidenced under control conditions in different species, but also in wild-caught fish by myself, among others, in commercial fish species. So this is quite worrisome because if those microplastics can end up in the fillet or muscle of fish, then we directly ingest them. It's been shown in India, microplastics were found in fish eggs very recently and in the fillet of fish species. In ASEAN, to my knowledge, there's only one study that has targeted other tissues than the digestive tract of commercial fish. So this study investigated canned sardines as sprats. They were manufactured in many different countries, including 3 ASEAN countries, but those cans were purchased in both Australia and Malaysia markets. As you can see in the graph, the good news is that none of the investigated canned fish from or manufactured in ASEAN were contaminated in plastic, micro or mesoplastic, but even though they were manufactured in other countries, they ended up and they were purchased in Malaysia. So in this case, citizens from Malaysia are exposed to microplastic through canned fish. So what can we do about this and how to tackle this? First, the main recommendation I can give is to gain knowledge. There is very, very few studies. Therefore, we don't know about the level of microplastics in other tissues than the digestive tract. This is very important to first know the levels, to also map the different occurrences or concentrations between species or regions, and therefore we can have and put in place adapted mitigation measures to those contaminated regions and or species. And also maybe that translocation process and those microplastic end up in the fillet or other organs of the fish because they are of a specific polymer, because of their size range or other parameters. So it's important to try to understand which microplastics and those and their characteristics are involved in this translocation process. Once this is done and along the way, it's important to disseminate the results. So people, if necessary, if they want to, can change their habits in order to decrease their exposure through seafood, exposure to microplastics. And I want to finish this presentation by citing a report from the FAO in 2022, which stated that the extent of microplastic contamination in the food value chain remains largely unknown as a result of the scarcity of published scientific data, highlighting the need for more knowledge as a first step. I want to thank you all for listening to this presentation and the organizers for reminding me once again. Unfortunately, due to health issue, I cannot join you and attend the discussion part of this at the end of this session. But if you have any question or want to discuss about the topic of this presentation, please reach out to me by email. And if you want to get access to the baseline study on microplastic in ASEAN, I believe it is online and freely available. You can also reach out to me. Thank you very much and have a nice afternoon and a nice end of workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pollard, for your presentation. So I think we have 2 points from Dr. Pollard. One is the challenging the MPs, microplastic in our body, and the second is I think the research about MPs in food web is very important right now. So please welcome for us, for students, for researchers to study about the microplastic in the food web, especially in fish and in the body. Thank you. So we move to the next speaker. My colleagues from Indonesia, Professor Muhammad Reza Cordova, are you there?
Yes, hello, Pak Noir,
Hello,
and everyone. Good afternoon, good morning for the other.
Yeah, good afternoon in Bangkok, Pak Reza.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
good afternoon from China. I'm in China.
Okay, thank you. So please prepare your presentation, Pak Reza. So I will read. Professor Muhammad Reza Cordova is a researcher at the Research Center for Oceanography, part of the Indonesian National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN now. And his current research focuses on marine pollution with an emphasis on the distribution, occurrence, and toxicology of marine debris and microplastics, especially in Indonesian seas. So the presentation is already there. Please, Pak Reza, to present your research here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, bismillah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone in Bangkok, and good morning in Norway or wherever you are. So first of all, I would like thanks to the workshop committee and also to Dr. Noir Purba as a moderator for the opportunity that given to me. So let me introduce myself again. My name is Reza. I'm a researcher in the Research Center for Oceanography in the Indonesian National Research and Innovation Agencies, or we call it now BRIN. So I'm based in Jakarta. So it's really my honor to present our research entitled the Indonesia's Microplastic Challenge. Can we ensure the safe seafood and also protect the human health? So this is the presentation that I will give, included into 4 main sections. Well, hopefully I can make it in the 10 minutes because it's really tight. But anyway, I will try. So we already knew that the plastic itself is the most successful product that created by human, but the management is not really optimum. So I would say it's not optimum at all. That lead to the significant portion of the plastic waste that end to the environment and breaking down into the microplastic. So those microplastic, as stated in the previous speakers, say that it has a potential not only negatively to the impact to the environmental sustainability, but also to the food safety and also public health. And the issue of this plastic lies that the fact that some components of plastic polymers known as to be toxic, and there's also so many additive material that potentially also harmful chemical that used in the plastic manufacturing process that may end up in the final product and also in the waste itself that can break down into microplastic. And then also the microplastic also have the potential to absorb and also potentially concentrate the contaminant from the environment itself. So in Indonesia, with the average waste collection rate is less than 60%, so we can say that only half of the people in Indonesia, have an access to the waste management. So all of them are particularly vulnerable to the plastic and microplastic waste, both inside and also outside of the countries. So we gather the microplastic research in Indonesia. So it's still draft. So we gather from the Scopus, from the Web of Science, and also Google Scholar. So we gather around 200 publications. Out of this, more than 80% of this research coming from the thesis, not only from undergrad, master thesis, PhD thesis, and also the research article that published in Indonesian and also in English, in journal, both in the peer-reviewed journal and also in the gray publication. So most prevalent themes that revolve around the distribution and accumulation of the microplastic in the water, in the sediment, in the organism, and only few study examine the impact or toxicology on only less than 1% here. So let me change this into here, this one. So there's also a gap in the term of location, because the majority of the research in Indonesia focus mostly in the coastal and also marine ecosystem metrics, particularly in Java Island. Java Island it's not really big island, but it's kind of a home for more than 160 million people that live in Indonesia. So almost 60% of the people live in Java Island. So there's another significant gap is the first gap is the study areas, not only the central region, also areas near the Jakarta, the capital city. It's also because in those areas have sufficient facilities and can gather the data. So this gap needs to be addressed to ensure that the implementation of the safe standard for the microplastic in fisheries and also in human health in Indonesia and also across the ASEAN. So from the data that we have collected in terms of microplastic in Indonesia, it shows the considerable disparities that reported number across the different ecosystem matrices. So particularly in the water, in the sediment, and also in the marine organism, as you may see in here, there's a really big gap, because of the the lack of the quality control and also the quality assurance measure, with more than 60% of the research they not implement the quality control and also the quality assurance, that the study is failing to perform the essential step of all the matrices. So these studies have employed, sorry, I apologize. So the study have employed the diverse extraction processes, the identification method, which also can contribute to the inconsistencies in the result itself. So most of the microplastic studies, I've mentioned here, they only analyze or identify the microplastic only using the microscope identification, which means is inherently, it have a high bias, and I would say have a high probability of incorrect identification that can introduce really big error in the accuracy of the differentiation between the microplastic and the other small particle like the minerals, the plankton, or any other small particle that quite similar with the microplastic itself. So unfortunately, in terms of in Indonesia, related to the establishing safe standard for microplastic in fisheries and human health, there is only few information on that. So based from the publication from the FIO, the global exposure of microplastic from the various food source can be absorbed in the provided this table. So the estimated exposure of the microplastic from food is more than 2 million. If you see from the total in here, is going to be more than 3 million particle per year, which is higher than the WHO's calculation on 2018. They stated about 121,000 microplastic per year that can exposure to the human to the human. And then the microplastic itself exposure, as stated, there's one speaker stated that the Dr. Correct actually, she said that about the microplastic also, I mean, the microplastic exposure is quite high in the Southeast Asian countries, with the Indonesians, along with Malaysians, and also the Filipinos. Those three of the countries' population rank among the top globally in terms of per capita dietary uptakes of microplastic. So if we want to determine the safe standard for the microplastic in Indonesia, not only in the seafood but also in the the food, it requires several key stages. As you may see in here in this figure, this some kind of a example from the decision trees outlined from the Australian and also the New Zealand guideline for the fresh and marine water quality. So currently in Indonesia, the research of microplastic has only reached this stage for the chemical and also background checks. Well, not even fully completing the the initial phase. So this gap exists because there's a non-standard method, or there is no harmonization method of microplastic identification that lead to the biased result, making it difficult to compare and rely on the data from the different studies. So to address this, and as the recommendation and also take-home message for the this session, so the critical next step are needed. So the first one is we need to get the comprehensive microplastic exposure data that must be collected from the various sources across Indonesia and also the ASEAN region, because you know the ASEAN region is connect, so the sea is connect all the ASEAN. So the second, appropriate impact studies should be conducted to obtain the acute and also the chronic exposure, the estimation data. So additionally, the risk assessment for the additive plastic, especially from the food contact material or the FCM, and evaluation that the combined effect of the different microplastic types and also the associated toxic contaminants such as the plastic, not the plastic, the persistent organic pollutant, the heavy metals, and also, for example, the PFAS and any other emerging pollutant are equally important. Currently, as far as I knew, that only 3 studies that there's only 3 studies that are already finished regarding this toxic contaminant, associated toxic contaminant in Indonesia. And then ultimately, the collaboration will be essential to make the progress on this critical research need to be get for the the safe standard of microplastic. So 10 minutes is really tight. So that is conclude all. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening to my presentation. So if you need clarification or any further information, feel free to contact me in my email here. And back again to Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon, Prof. Reza. So don't forget to share with us your next paper, right? So because this is very important for us. So
Will do.
please continue
It's
your work.
still on the draft anyway.
Okay, thank you. So please continue your work in China, Professor Reza.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll move to the third speakers, Professor Dr. Suhana Savanik. I'm sorry if I mistaken your name. It's okay. Okay, thank you. So Professor Dr. Suhana Savanik is a marine biodiversity expert and a professor in the Department of Marine Science at Chulalongkorn University. So her PhD from zoology from the University of New Hampshire in 2001, sorry. So I think his contribution into marine biology, coral reef ecology, and polar science. So please welcome Professor Dr. Suhana Chavaniks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the committee for giving me opportunity to be here. And actually, so for this session, it's about safe standard for microplastic. But unfortunately, as you may know, that Thailand and also including other country, we haven't really have a safe standard yet. But today, I would like to share with you about the status of the accumulation of microplastic in the seafood and what Thailand, planning or are doing now toward to the safe standard. Next, please. I think some of you probably heard about these studies. Well, unfortunately, Thailand, again, we used to be a top 10 ranking for the country that have a mismanagement of marine debris that end up into the ocean. But this one is a little bit better, 7 ranking for what the country that consume the most plastic. Okay, and next slide, please. And as from the previous speaker, we can get the microplastic from the food that we eat, from the water that we drink, and from the air that we breathe. Next slide, please. And these studies show that actually when they try to compare microplastic resident rate in a human bodies, and we could see that why Thailand ranked number 7, because we have averaged about 200 and about 210 of microplastic resident rate in human body. So it means that 200 milligrams per capita per day. Okay, so next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so as from a previous speaker, so well, when we're looking at the accumulation of microplastics, one of the food that we cannot deny that contain quite a high number of microplastic is the seafood. And this is just to show you roughly that average global range that people consume the seafood is about 19 kilogram per capita, while the people who live in a coastal area will consume quite high, 3 times higher, 74 kilogram per capita. Next slide, please. How about Thailand? Thailand, if you can see that from the map, we consume the seafood is average about 28 to 30 kilogram per capita per year. Is it quite a lot or not? Well, let's see later that how much of the microplastic that we can calculate from these consumptions. Next slide, please. And the fish and seafood consumption per capita, well, is potential to be increased, and it's not just only because it's a main protein source, but because it have been proved that it's also one of the good choice for human health. Next slide, please. And from this study, actually, I did write the reference. But it's shown over there. Did not show over here. Well, when we get more age or get older, the more possibility that we can encounter to the microplastic is higher compared to the young age. And the reason, as we all know, is that because we eat more, right? So that's more chance for us to encounter with the microplastic. Next slide, please. So this is just want to share with you that a lot of time we think that the microplastic source come from the marine debris that end up into the oceans, but it also from this study that we our group study show that the source of the microplastic can come from the aquaculture methodology itself. As you probably see from the Southeast Asia, when we culture the mussel, we always use the pole, right? And in this case, in Thailand, we not just only use the pole, but the pole has been covered by the fertilized bag, which is made from the plastic. And we end up when we looking and monitoring the water in that area, and we found quite high microplastic that generated from the fertilized bag that they cover the pole. Next slide, please. And well, not just only the microplastic that we found high in the water sample, but it has been proved that also that the mussel that actually were hanging on the pole, they also consume quite a high number of the microplastic, which is in this type is cellophane, which is generated from the fertilized bag. Next slide, please. And this is just to show you, actually we did more sample of the seafood, but this just show you the typical types that Thai people have. And we also would like to compare for this study whether, well, how about the seafood from the Gulf of Thailand and seafood from the Andaman Sea, which one have more high concentration of microplastics? And you guess what? Next slide, please. So now you can choose, where you should go and have the seafood. So the Gulf of Thailand, well, not surprised that they have a little bit higher of percentage of microplastic found on the sample compared to the Andaman Sea. And the reason because of the Gulf of Thailand, usually it's kind of sinks place for the pollution anyway, because we have 5 main major river that end up into the Gulf of Thailand. So not surprised that we also have a lot of microplastic from there. Next slide, please. And this is just to show you that actually when we look around the sample, the seafood sample, both in the Gulf of Thailand and also in the Andaman Sea, type of the microplastic found in the seafood between both sides, actually it depends on the location, and it depends on the type of the seafood that we investigated. Next slide, please. And also when we compare the type of microplastic that found between Andaman and the Gulf of Thailand, it also depends on the source. Some of the location we not found any one type of the microplastic, while in the Gulf of Thailand, we can find another type of the microplastics. Next slide, please. So I try to, you know, push up the time. And as you all know that, unfortunately, right now, we found the microplastic in the blood circulation, in the heart, okay? But we're still not sure what kind of effect that would have to the human health. Next slide. So from our study, actually, we're not just only looking and investigated the accumulations of the microplastic in the seafood, but we look a little bit further to calculate whether, well, if we, you know, survey more a sample of the food that Thai people eat, how many microplastic that actually we, you know, we now are eating. So it's end up that from the study, we estimate that about 5.5 pieces of microplastic were found in each 1 gram of meat that we eat in Thailand. So how about 5.5 pieces of microplastic? What does it mean? It means that each year, approximately about 154,000 to 165,000 pieces of microplastic were consumed by a Thai persons. And next slide, please. You probably heard this, that they average that, okay, you know, how big that we consume microplastic each week, like, and you probably know that they say that is about roughly 1 size of the credit card per week. But how about Thai people? We eat less or more? Well, unfortunately, you know, from our calculation, it's an up that Thai people eat about 77 credit card per year per person. We are very rich person, rich country. So approximately about 1.6 credit card per week. So, well, it seemed to be that slightly a little bit higher than normal, but then this number we have to you know, verify again before we plan to publish soon, but we need to do some verification. So come back to the safer standards. As I mentioned earlier, unfortunately, right now, Thailand haven't set any safe standard yet, but I am in one of the committee for the pollution control department that working on try to set a standard for the microplastic monitoring in Thailand. And also just a couple of weeks ago, Food and Drug Administration of Thailand also invite us to give them some more information about the microplastic in the food. But to you the truth, a lot of time, you know, to set a safe standard for the human health, actually Food and Drug Administration of Thailand, they told me that, well, they're not really gonna not be able to do anything much except if the case is already happened. So what it means is that we really have to wait until, you know, we can prove that microplastic really have effect to the human health. That's why they can be able to do something. But in the reality can be able to wait until that, because it's probably going to take about 5 to 10 years before we can see the impact, right? So this is also another issue. Okay, last but not least, next slide, please. Some of the work that I present to you today, we have been working together with the Environmental Justice Foundations. Thank you very much. So hope it's on time now.
Thank you. Give applause to Dr. Suhana. So we move to the next speakers. Dr. Pham Ngoc Bao from Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, Japan. Are you there, Dr.?
Yes, thank you very much, moderator.
Yeah, so please prepare your presentation. So Dr. Pham Ngoc Bao received his PhD degree from the Department of Urban Engineering, the University of Tokyo in Japan. So he currently serves as Deputy Director of Adaptation and Water Area at IGES, and also a member of the Water Environmental Partnership in Asia, so WEPA Secretariat funded by the Ministry of the Environmental Japan. So please welcome Dr. Pham, and your time is 10 minutes sharply. Thank you, Dr. Pham.
Thank you very much, the moderator, for your kind introductions. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here and have a chance to share with you some of our work related to microplastic, particularly related to the harmonized or standardized protocol that we have developed recently in collaboration with a partner from ASEAN member state. So there's some of slides I think our previous speaker already mentioned. So I not focus on that. But just very quickly, that microplastic is those kind of plastic fragment or particle less than 5 millimeter. It's now becoming a great concern in terms of there's impact on fishery and human health. And not only the microplastic, for us to track the original products so that we can have a countermeasure and policy to address this. The microplastic often has been sampled and categorized by different size, shape, and color, and it can come from different type shape, like in the form of fragment, fiber, beds, firm, and pellet, etc. And also in terms of color, also different color as well. So the microplastic mainly can be categorized by different like primary and secondary, you already know. And what I'd like to highlight is the wastewater treatment plant play a very important role as an entry point of microplastic from variety of source before it enters the river. So in order to address or remove microplastic, minimize its entry to the water environment, it's important to improve the performance of the wastewater treatment facility so that it can also not only address the conventional but also the emerging pollutant of microplastic as well. And particularly, I like to pay attention on the microplastic coming from the erosion of tides. Actually, we conduct over the last 3 years, we conduct very intensive study, not only in Philippines but also in several other countries, and we found that the erosion from the tides it's account for a major part of the microplastic relief to the environment, especially to the water environment. So variety of source, variety of study report recently have shown that the microplastic has been detected not only in the ocean water, fresh water, in the river, in the seafood, but also in the soil, in drinking water, even in the human blood and in placenta. And you can see here that about 2 or 3 years ago, there's a very shocking study has shown that the microplastic fragment has been found detected in the human placenta. And also a study also has been conducted on the human blood, and it found that around almost 80% of the blood sample of the people test has been found microplastic. But we don't know to what extent it impact to our human health. But at least we found that in the human placenta and in human blood as well. So based on different kind of mechanisms so that the microplastic can enter the human body, for example, through the absorption, bioaccumulation, and gradually it enters the food chain before it enters the human body. And as one of the speakers also highlight that Southeast Asia country, a major seafood producer, is also has a high microplastic injection or intakes at the global level. And about 70% of microplastic intake in the region is coming from the seafood consumption. And for example, Indonesia is among the top country in the region to, in terms of the microplastic consumption per capita per day. And it's about 15 gram consumption per monthly. Yeah. And it's very shocking as well. The amount of microplastic intakes in ASEAN country also increased 6 times between the 1990 to 2018 as well. And I also mentioned that it's very important to address the microplastic entry into the river before it's entered the food chain as well. So regarding to the standard and regulation on the microplastic, a number of countries around the world already show a very strong commitment and make a very significant efforts in order to address the plastic pollution, of course, including the microplastic pollution. Among those is European Union, EU. So EU already have very proactively issued some kind of regulations in order to regulate the microplastic, especially the EU Circular Economy Action Plan. It set out a kind of mandatory requirement for the recycling and waste reduction of key products, including the plastic packaging. And in the plan, it's also restrict the addition of microplastic in some of the product, and also it mandate the measure in order to capture more microplastic in a different state of the product life cycle as well. So also in the EU Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive is also include the plastic. It also requests to address the plastic as well as other emerging pollutant from the industry and urban wastewater discharge. It also introduced a kind of systematic monitoring system for the microplastic monitoring as well. And also the EU Drinking Water Directive also introduce and request to regular monitoring of microplastic in drinking water. But unfortunately, until now, there's no kind of standard or threshold has been established due to the lack of study. More study has been is still needed. Similarly, government of UK also implement some specific regulation to address the issue of the microplastic pollution. Especially the UK Environmental Protection Regulation 2017, which banned the manufacturing right of personal care products which contain the microplastics as well. Similarly, in United States, also introduced some regulations in order to minimize the impacts of microplastic pollution, reduce the microplastic pollution as well. And recently, the California state also start to pass a bill in order to establish the regulations concerning on the microplastic in drinking water. So there is still in the process, but it's expected that California is one of the pioneer states in US to address the microplastic in drinking water. In terms of our ASEAN member state, and you know that establishing the regulation on microplastic is still very challenging because of the limited experimental research and knowledge gap about the impact of microplastic on fishery and particularly on human health. And one of the challenges is lack of harmonized or standardized protocol for sampling, analysis, and reporting, monitoring as well. So it is also make it very difficult for comparing, facilitate information sharing as well. So that is one of the challenges. So in order to address this challenge, the International Organization for Standardization, or ISO, also already established some kind of guideline in order to standardize the definitions, sampling, and analytical technique, especially used in the microplastic research. So that is one of the challenge I mentioned that I think already previous speaker also highlight. So in order to address the challenge, our institute has already worked with, collaborate with many ASEAN member states over the last more than 2 years, and we already investigate the existing gap in terms of the microplastic analysis protocol. We also investigate the existing capacity and availability of equipment in ASEAN countries, especially in the laboratory, national laboratories. And after that, we also conduct a very in-depth investigation in terms of microplastic occurrence, removal efficiency in a variety of sewage treatment facility across the region, particularly in the Philippines as well. And then, based on the result, we already reflect it in the recommended harmonized protocol, and which we has recently launched in Bangkok a few months ago. And also based on the result of the developed protocol, we also already carry out a series of capacity building workshops for ASEAN country in order to understand how to effectively use this protocol. And also, although this is a recommended harmonized protocol, but the country can also localize this based on different country context as well, so that it can facilitate further information sharing and regional collaboration as well in this area. Due to the table of content, actually the protocol already has been uploaded on internet, so you can freely check and download for your information as well. And in conclusion, I can say that ASEAN country already, many countries already adopt many policy, national action plan in order to address the plastic pollution. However, the implementation, the enforcement of measures, especially concerning on microplastic, is still very challenging. And due to the complexity of microplastic pollution, so it's require a robust and regional cooperation, including a data sharing, harmonized policy framework, etc. And in this context, regional cooperation, like today's workshop, is very important in order to share the information on and in order to join the efforts, to address the problem of microplastic, to protect our variable ecosystem as well as human health in the region. Yeah. That's end of my talk today, and since the time very limited, so I cannot go very detailed of our works in ASEAN. But if you're interested, very happy to please feel free to contact us, and then we can discuss further. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pham. So I think we'll move to the fifth speakers, Dr. Fauzia binti Sahlul Hamid from Institute of Biological Science, Faculty of Science, University of Malaya, Malaysia. So her areas of expertise include waste bioremediation, marine debris and microplastic, zero discharge technologies, cleaner production, and waste audits. So please, Dr. Fauzia, to present your research. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A very good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express our appreciation to be part of this, auspicious event. Something everybody is looking forward to get to know more about microplastic and how dangerous this tiny pollutants. It creates such a big problem. I am from University of Malaya. Myself and my research team have been working on microplastic for quite a while. And for the purpose of today's talk, I'll be sharing with you a little bit on the findings from our own research, sort like to highlight what is actually happening in Malaysia, how much plastic that we are having in our seafood. So then you can decide whether what has been published from the estimation is reliable or otherwise. Next, please. So for today's presentation, this would be the outline of my talk. Next. Being the fifth speaker, I guess I don't really have to go into detail with the background of plastic. It's just that, it's a fact that we cannot live without plastic. Plastic is just around us, and, it's a wonderful creation created by humankind, but since we are mismanaging it in terms of its disposal, it's actually haunting us back, with all these negative impacts. Okay, next. So basically for today's presentation, I'll be sharing with you the findings of how much microplastic has been uptaken by different types of aquatic organism. So we cover from the freshwater system. So we have a representative of a freshwater fish, that is Oreochromis niloticus. And then we go into the in-between, the mangrove, so where we have the blood cockles, Anadara granosa or Tegi larca granosa. The deep ocean, where we have the white lake shrimps, that is the Lithopenaeus venemae. Next, please. So the routine procedure involving digestion, incubation to let a complete digestion take place, followed with sieving, and finally analysis with microscope observation and also micro FTIR. So next. The findings highlight that there is a pervasive presence of microplastic in the gastrointestinal tracts of all the 3 species which I mentioned earlier. However, freshwater fish and the shrimps has much lower accumulation as compared to the blood cockles. We'll go into detail in a bit. Next, please. The freshwater fish, that's the Oreochromis niloticus, accumulates approximately 0.08 particle in each gram of the cells. And from a total of 30 fishes, we recorded 588 fiber microplastic. And these actually contribute 56% of the total microplastic accumulated, while the remaining 44% basically are in fragments form. So of course, having microplastic in the fish would cause various other detrimental impacts, including physical blockages, as well as the false satiation, leading to the fish not consuming more food because they feel full. So besides the fact that it also carry a lot, microplastic also carries a lot of external pollutants into the living tissue. Next. As for the white lake shrimp, even though it's in the open ocean, they basically accumulate the lowest microplastic abundance as compared to the other two species that we analyze. And from our study, we realized that the value that we have found is way much lower as compared to what other researchers has found in other parts of the world. The procedure and everything is similar. So you can see from here that we are not accumulating that much. Well, those shrimp fish or harvested from the Strait of Malacca seems to be safer than some parts of the world. All right, next please. As for the blood cockles, due to their feeding habit of filtering the water, they tends to accumulate much more microplastic in their system. So this would suggest a bioaccumulation risk. And for us, blood cockle is of an interest because Malaysia is the largest largest exporter of blood cockles in the Asian region. On average, blood cockles accumulates 0.11 particles of microplastic in their cells tissue, and it is again mainly dominated with fibers. Next, please. It's interesting because Professor Suchana mentioned, in the Gulf of Thailand, there are much more pollution. So we also recorded quite similar observation, where we can see Matang and Cherating, they are located at the northern part of Peninsular Malaysia, and it tends to cause the accumulation of higher microplastic number in the blood cockles as compared to the lower region of the Peninsular Malaysia. As for the size range, there is no specific trend whatsoever, but we see at the lower region of or the southern region of Peninsular Malaysia, 0.1 to 1 millimeter is the most commonly accumulated by the blood cockles. Next, please. All right. In terms of color, blue seems to be more appealing to be uptaken by the organism as compared to other colors. Next, please. As for the types of polymer, rayon seems to be the main culprit. Most likely they are in the form of the fibers which are taken by the blood cockles and also other organisms. Next. So to conclude, blood cockles accumulates approximately 11 particles of microplastic as compared to the white lake shrimp and the freshwater fish, which accumulates 3 particles and 8 particles within each 100 grams of flesh. Meaning, if you are to consume 100 grams of the meat, then you probably going to accumulate either 11 if you're taking the blood cockles, or 3 particles in when you consume the shrimp or the freshwater fish. 100 grams of its flesh would contain 8 particles. So this highlight, we have to do much more detailed work to understand the accumulation by each different organism to really come up with whether we are at high risk or otherwise. Next, please. So these are some of the take-home points for us. I have listed 6 here. Microplastic obviously is a significant environmental threat to our current world. Okay, it has such a huge impact to the aquatic species, particularly, and we have to be very alert in the sense that this microplastic has this tendency to be bioaccumulated and biomagnified through the food chain. And this would call for an urgent mitigation and also policy intervention to curb this issue. And should we go next one? This research is partly funded by JSPS research on the on-site survey of plastic pollution in mangrove ecosystem based on digital image analysis and impact assessment. And also we would like to take this opportunity to thank the Forestry Department of Peninsular Malaysia, Selangor Maritime Gateway, and the Taman Negara National Park. On that note, yes, next. So this is something to think about. Everybody, we should play our own, no matter how small role we play, we have to look into how to stop plastic pollution, because when we are able to stop plastic pollution, we can protect our biodiversity, and with that, we would help the economy and also ensure our food security. With that, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Fajia, for your presentation. And now we move to the last presenter, John Alfonso Porfidala. Hi,
Yes, sir.
John.
Sir, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay.
I'll share my screen first.
Yeah. So John Alfonso is a senior science research specialist, coastal resources and ecotourism research, development and extension center, ecosystem research and development bureau from Philippines. So please, Dr. John, to share your research.
Thank you very much. Before I start my presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to thank CSEAS for having Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau this opportunity to present one of our baseline studies in microplastics here in the marine waters of the Philippines. Ecosystems Research and Development actually is the research bureau of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources of the Philippines. So the main purpose of this study is actually to determine the level of microplastic contamination in selected marine water bodies of the Philippines, especially the types of microplastic particles that can be found from these water samples, and how is this being distributed in terms of depths in the water column, as well as different distances across relative to the shoreline. So this study actually took 10 sampling sites all over the Philippines, 4 of which are located in the northern island of Luzon, and 3 are from the archipelagic islands of Visayas region of the Philippines, and 3 are from the southern point or the southern island of Mindanao in the Philippines. The sampling method utilized a non-reduced bulk sampling technique. The water samples collected were filtered and visually sorted using a stereo microscope. The water samples was collected from 3 sampling points in the shoreline, in the near shore, which is 1.5 kilometers away from the shoreline, and in the far shore area, which is 3 kilometers away from the shoreline. Both the near shore and the far shore was stratified in terms of depth of 5, 15, and 30 meters, where water samples were also collected. These water samples was collected with the aid of a self-contained underwater breathing apparatus, vacuum filtered in the laboratory using a 0.45 micron filter paper, and was microscopically analyzed using a ×100 stereo microscope equipped with a Motic camera system. The identification of the conformation of the microplastic particle actually is through the hot needle technique by DeWitt, based on the study by DeWitt in 2014. So the results of the study showed that there was no significant difference on the density of microplastics across different distances from the shoreline, in the near shore and in the far shore area. Also, there was no significant difference on the density of microplastics in the water column, especially at depths of 5, 15, and 30 meters. Interestingly, there was a significant difference on the distribution of microplastics in terms of its type, especially between nodules and microfibers and nodules and microfragments. So as you can notice that there is a high density for microplastics, for microfibers and microfragments for this study. And it is an indication of anthropogenic influence, because both microfibers and microfragments are highly utilized in our daily lives, actually, from PET bottles to disposable cups, disposable utensils, etc. And so still there is no, unfortunately, there is no standard in terms of microplastic values here for the Philippines. Just the same with other countries in the region. As what one of the speakers earlier said, there's still no established standard, and it will take a long sequences of studies in order for us to establish that. However, there was a study by Ivera et al. In 2020 and 2018, which established a predicted no effect concentration values for microplastic concentration for both marine and aquatic ecosystems. Fortunately, the results of our study showed that the levels of microplastics in the Philippines is still well below this predicted no effect concentration values, or PNEC values, which means that the concentration of microplastics for Philippine marine waters is still well below the safe threshold. So in conclusion, microplastics are indeed found in the marine waters of the Philippines. And the geographical scale, the archipelagic nature of the country, surrounded by vast coastlines, surrounded by vast bodies of water, influences the levels of microplastics. Because, as we all know, marine waters and microplastic distribution across it is a transboundary issue, actually, as mentioned a while ago. And also, human activities, especially in the coastal areas, significantly impacts the microplastic contamination. Secondly, the variation of microplastics across depths and distances relative to the shoreline was also not statistically significant. However, the density of microplastic types or the particles varies. So, for this particular result, biofouling affects the buoyancy, the water column, and its distribution of the microplastics in the surface water. Because biofouling, or the growth of algae and other biofilms and other biological compounds in the surface of microplastic particles, tend to affect its buoyancy. So most microplastics that are more buoyant stay afloat in the water surface and being distributed or dispersed in distances due to high winds, prevailing winds, and surface currents. And the more denser microplastics or the more heavier microplastics, tends to sink in the bottom. So, as a recommendation, we need further research, and especially on the use of microplastic shapes, polymer types, and the presence of the additives to identify the link or the potential sources of microplastics, especially in marine waters, because we still don't know where these microplastics really came from. We can just base on other literatures that it came from freshwater environments such as river, but we still don't have that established protocol in order for us to determine its major point source. Also, for the research on microplastics, especially in sediments, adjacent tributaries in rivers, and tissues of marine organisms in relation to human population density, waste generation income, and land use types is highly recommended. Lastly, this is what we need now actually. The microplastic transport pathways to include the use of tracers and modeling techniques, especially in order for us to model or to predict the distribution of a certain particle from one point source going to other areas, especially when you account different environmental factors such as ocean currents, prevailing high winds in the oceans. Ayan. So we highly needed that studies. In terms of governance strategies, all we need is to enhance the enforcement of policies and regulations related to plastic production, and its use, and on how we manage these plastics, because actually plastic is not that bad. We rely our lives actually in plastics, but what we all need is on how we manage our waste and how to do with the plastics that we are disposing. Secondly, we need to monitor microplastic levels in different marine environments. That's why we need a standardized protocol in order for us to do this. And we need more studies or predictive studies for us to establish the monitoring schemes. Third, we can implement incentive collection on proper recycling to reduce plastic leakage into the environment. And we need to strengthen the engagement with our local stakeholders through different trainings, education programs, and local incentives, because these local stakeholders are the ones that it at risk or are allied for that particular program. So on that again, I thank CSEAS for this, for this opportunity, and again, thank you very much. At isang makakalikasang araw sa lahat.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. John. So still have time to Q&A question? No, I think that's not right. So because the time is already 5, thank you to our speakers for your valuable insights. I highlight 3 important points to address from our speakers. The first is all the speakers agree that we are now facing new issues with the MPs. The second is need further research in MPs, especially in food webs. And the third is collaboration with stakeholders, especially and also with the government is the key to tackling the effect of MPs, especially to human body. So I think to end this session, let's give a big round of applause to our speakers. Handing over to MC. Thank you, Prof. Yeah. Handing over to MC.
Thank you for the last session, moderator and speaker. Finally, we will conclude our day with the closing remark, reflecting on insight, share, and collaborative spirit of this workshop. Please join me in welcoming Executive Director, Center of Southeast Asian Study of Indonesia, Dr. Arisman, to the stage, please.
Yeah, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends, we have come to the end of this productive workshop. I would like to reflect on the insightful discussion, knowledge sharing, and collaborative discussion together. The key takeaway message I can highlight here: we need the safe standard of microplastic in specifically in fisheries in relation to human health. But for applying this, we need harmonize the standardization of method. The second one, government in ASEAN should have a comprehensive policy to reduce plastic pollution, including microplastic. The last one, the importance of raising public awareness about the impact of microplastic to marine biota as well as the human health. And discussion today also is a sample of how ASEAN can be a unified force to mitigate microplastic pollution. And it's evident that when we work together, we can overcome the challenge. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the speakers for sharing their valuable expertise and insight. Your contribution, of course, undoubtedly enrich our understanding of the issues. I also would like to thank the organizer and co-organizer, Chulalongkorn University, Dr. Nuta especially, for their support. As we conclude this gathering, I would like to also to invite all of you to use this momentum to translate the idea to commitment to make concrete action. I'm confident the connection and the partnership for this workshop can be a strong foundation for the next full collaboration. Again, thank you for your active participation. I wish you a safe journey home and look forward to our continuing cooperation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arisman, for your thoughtful and inspiring remarks. And by addressing microplastic pollution through collaborative effort involving policymakers, researchers, industry stakeholders, and the public, we can work toward mitigating its adverse effect on the fisheries and human health.
The insight and discussion from today's workshop will play a crucial role in shaping effective strategies and solutions for these pressing issues. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, and we have the evaluation form for this activity today. Please do it before leaving. Thank you so much for participating. Surprise! There is a prize outside also, and it's a Thai dessert and drinks. Yeah, you can keep home. Yeah, you can try Thai food. Yeah.
And
Thank
do you want to inform for tomorrow's site visit, maybe?
Yes. For tomorrow's site visits, we will meet at the Ruan
Chula Limit at 9 a.m. to a special activity on a Chulalongkorn University Waste Management, Chula Zero Waste.
Thank you and see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much.